Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. We are going to get to a new line of ships. See, we got ourselves a new little backdrop type thing here. Let me see if I can maybe even move this over here. Where's my palette? There's my palette cam there. I might just hey there, Armored Wolf, because it's a brand new thing here. We're going to just maybe scooch that thing over a little bit. There we go, Armored Wolf. All right, that's better. So we got our. I'm gonna try and paint a few of these here. We'll see how many we can get to, Landrast. Sorry, it's a little bit later, but I did want to get those. I did want to get those prints going. Here we go. Now we were talking Landrast last stream about these things here. I got 3 of these printed, or printing now. I don't think we could do 4. At least then in a 2-hour video. So I think we'll do 3 of these, and we'll do a couple of different types of marbly things there. I'm going to just do a little bit of dry brushy stuff on these. Nothing too crazy. Where's the 4th one? Oh, there it is. Here we go. It's a new type of ship here. It's a twirly whirly. That's its class right there. That's the class of ship right there. So great to see you. This here is for our carrier. This is not actually quite the compass rose. I'm going to actually go a little bit bigger than this one, but you can see a little bit of a graphic in the corner. Kind of shows you a little bit what the ships might look like. Some folks might remember this. Remember this guy here. There it is in the hangar. There it is in space. And of course, Terra Force in right dead center. Right dead center in the middle there. We got a little presentation that we're going to also show as we go along here. Let me just, okay, get that out of the way. So we're going to get the dry brushy stuff on there. Then it's going to be time for some space escapes here. So let's do a little dry brush. All alkyds on the palette, by the way. Camda, how you doing? And of course, I've got the video link. I think it's actually already, well, it's already up there in the chat. Hey Camda, I got this out on the palette just because we really haven't used this. So the Opera Ultramarine, I put this out here maybe for the base. Yeah, that's for the base Velfera. And well, Camda, again, it is so important for figuring stuff out, right? I mean, there's so many things. I'd still be wondering how the heck to do them. And I'm not kidding. I would have no clue how to do them if it wasn't for using that. Actually, speaking of Patreon, well, there might be changes there too. It's like demanding that I do some kind of combining profiles or something. So if Patreon acts weird, it's not me. It's July 6th is when that's going to all change or whatever. But look at this, henna tattoos. First time I ever did those. So yeah, this you should have gotten this link. You should have gotten that link in whatever way it shows up. I don't know, right, Velfera? So Velfera, yeah, look at this. We got ourselves a brand new overlay here. And I do, again, when there's a few more folks here, I do actually have a little slide presentation that I made. It's kind of like what I did for the bird brains. Yeah, it's a little bit like what I did for them. Let's do this. So actually, Velfera, there was a slew of brushes right in here. There was like 20 brushes sitting there. And like maybe 8 minutes ago, I took all of those off of there. So Velfera, hopefully things going all right. Hopefully things didn't get too spicy down there. I saw, that was kind of heading to Kentucky. I don't know if there was any kind of mischief headed Tennessee way. Not sure. So I'm just going with the Ultramarine here. And, well, some of our favorite periwinkle. Hey there, Vendetta. How you doing? Now, Vendetta, we'll get to the... Well, geez, we'll get to the spacescapes real quick there. So maybe you could still get some sleep. Yeah, so don't worry, Vendetta. We'll get to them real quick. When the heck is it? So Vendetta, I was gonna go with this color here because we already, we have our Siri Republic there. I'm actually putting a little bit of thinner in there. There we go. A little bit of thinner so I could get to this. Now again, I still, because of all the weirdness here, everything just going absolutely bonkers, I haven't had a chance to film the video where we're constructing the new ships and all that. So we'll get to that, I promise. I promise at some point, uh, hopefully Wednesday. I told you about the adjustment that I was making on the filming of the Dark Sword episode, which I think actually might work better than that molding compound. And again, it's just something that popped up on Instagram. Oh, hey, thanks for sending that too, Velfira. Appreciate that. Yeah, I checked that out. That was pretty wild. Yeah, a little more, a little more. Now we're getting a little bit of stuff on our hands there. Whatevs, whatevs. Don't matter. Don't really matter. All right, look at this here. We're getting a big old brush, getting all smushy here. And that's about what we're doing down here. That's pretty much the extent of it on the ventral side here. I'm hoping that I can hit all four of these because I kind of need them. Actually, I need them for photo references for the videos and stuff. So Vendetta, hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully you're doing good. And of course, well, great celebrations. Great celebrations, Valfira. The Mitza has arrived. Not only did it arrive, it was a stellar Mitza. See what I did there? Yeah, that's why I do words. It was a stellar Mitza. The way I'm still thinking Armored Wolf, that maybe it just wasn't a peak time or something like that, because it actually looked like they kind of took their time with it. I don't know, maybe like extraordinary amounts of time, but it didn't look like they're just like, okay, just take a bucket of something, pour it on some dough, and then just shove it out the door. It really seemed like they were really taking some time with it. So yeah, Valfira, that was a little bit crazy yesterday, wasn't it? That was a little bit might that was unexpected to say the least. I'll tell you, that was not what I was thinking was going to happen on any Sunday. Ooh, look at this! Look at this again. That's just some of the ultramarine blue. A little bit of the I think it's called the bright blue or something like it. It's one of the Paul Rubens. One of the Paul Rubens colors. All right. This is the repair ship here, by the way. For them that are wondering. Now it's definitely starting to get more dry brushy. This is hilarious. I could have gotten a glove or something like that, or I just said, nah, I don't care. Because we all know how hazardous it is, right, Velfira? Because it's not like you could just take a paper towel and just wipe it off your hands. I mean, can't be doing that. Ooh, those are really blue. Spacescape time. Okay, now, also too, we've got for your viewing pleasure, we got that. We've got this, and we got this. So these three got these here for our. So you go there, you go there, you go there. Okay. Opera Ultramarine. Nah, whoops. I said a little thinner, not all of the thinner. Velfira. Well, now, did you tune back in at all, Velfira? Because there was a couple of times where you know, does the council have any questions for our steamed guest, or even like, usually whenever Ed does that, there's 20 people tripping over themselves to ask, and nobody was asking. So yep. So Vendetta, let me show you a couple. Oh, here you go, Vendetta. So it was the Seri Republic before, and this is one of the really interesting combos because this is the troop transport. These are little drop ships. Look at that. There's 6 of them. 6 of these on that troop transport. Actually, oh, this is a good time. This is a good time, Vendetta. So that was the Seri Republic, right? We'll start out with our sky map, or our star map here. So Seri Republic, those are the guys down in the lower left-hand corner. We call them the bird brains. They live in the Valley of the Giants. Look at that dead center right there, the Great Union of New Terra. So if you can see the 13 right there, that is basically Procyon 4 and also Old Earth. They're kind of right in that area. They're pretty darn close by. Here's our little presentation on Terra Force, and this is all part of our Compass Rose universe here. So Compass Rose, that's the ship. I have a whole crew. This is all stuff that I wrote years ago. So there's Procyon 4, that is New Terra. That is where humanity mostly escaped to from old Earth. And actually, I'll be showing you a link to a video which will explain that story. Oh, look at this, Beltane Fleet Yards. Look at our lovely ships on the bottom. Look at all our lovely ships in orbit, and where are they made? They are manufactured at Balana 5. That is one of the largest industrial worlds in all of human space. This is a massive trading hub right here. That is Anchorage, Meridian. That's kind of your, again, like a university world, kind of dedicated to all things knowledge. New Horizon, a place dedicated to all things agriculture. So an agri world. Now, Avalon, that's more about remembrance, and that is remembering as it comes up here, the second Exodus. This is the video that I'm going to share with folks here in just a second. I think it's actually still copied here. I think so. There you go. So that should be the YouTube video right there. So again, Procyon is only 4.5 light years away. So in that star map there, Velfair, they're practically right next to each other. So yeah, that is all about that. Again, kind of a quick little review for you there, Vendetta. Again, that is your human species right there. I see I got to get me some of the ultramarine blue in here. So if you check out that video, that essentially tells you the story. It's literally the first story in this right here. So this is the thing that I did back in the 1990s, right here. Where's our star map here? I can show you that. So let's see, there we go. I mean, at the 2153, right there. So that event that you saw, 21, literally right at the start, about 17 years into our history there. And then looky here, somewhere is our star map here. Let's see, maybe it's all the way in the back. Oh, there we go. Oh, look at that. So you see there it is. That's how close they are, Valfera, in relation to each other. That is Old Earth and New Terra. So Procyon, if you look up, I don't know if you're familiar with the constellation, let's see, Sirius the Procyon is in that constellation. So if you check that out, that is a nearby star system. So Velfera, it was kind of the nearest habitable Earth-like planet, and that was Procyon 4. So I sent you the link to the video there, Velfera. And actually, I am working on basically, this is the one I'm working on now is basically the folks who stayed. So it's all about the folks who stayed and what kind of their story is. Wait, let me get rid of this hot glue string here. So Landrast, he was looking really good. I know you're like, well, I'm just calling him done, and I think again, Landrast, I think he came out really, really, really top notch. I think you got to be super, super happy about that. Now, this piece, there we go. I finally got rid of that. Nope, I thought I got rid of the hot glue. There's still some more there. Hey there, Pura Vida, how you doing? Great to see you, Pura Vida. This is a first. We have not used. I don't think we've used any fluoros. Have we, Camden, on our bases? Ooh, look at that. You can. Oh, look at that. You can see. You can see that floral magenta there. So Pura Vida, happy Tuesday. Oh no, it's well, for like 30 seconds it's still Monday. So again, sorry it was later, but I wanted to get these going. I got 3 of these printing. It's just a plinth. It's not all of Ariana right here. It's just a plinth, and we're gonna do 3 different types of marble on there. Now Green Stuff World sent a package. 90% of it is stuff I'm like, I ain't gonna use any of this. But do you remember the video that I wanted to film on? Remember the giant? What was that? Oh, the Morgan Le Fay on the throne, and not that throne, not that throne, but that Morgan Le Fay that I want to do like the multi-part episode on, Camda. They sent me more of the powdered pigments, the metal powdered pigments. So it's essentially this. So what we're going to do is in the first episode, we're going to be mixing up some of these. Yeah, guess what we're going to be using, Valfair? Yeah, your containers. Look at. Oh, I still got them. So they were it's I think it was 4 different powdered pigments, stuff like brass, bronze, copper. So Pura Vida, gee whiz, what did you get to see, Pura Vida? Did you get to see Arianrod getting painted? Also, you saw the new Wapelia spell brush, right, Pura Vida? You saw him. Again, let me get some of this paint off my hands first. Jeez, I swear you saw him, right, Pura Vida? With CAD. There he is. Yeah, so this is the first time I've ever actually. It just occurred to me, in all the stuff we've done, this is the first time that I can remember that I've used the fluorescent pigments, or sorry, fluorescent paints, anyways, on the bases. So this is gonna be cool. Gonna be awesome. This gonna be nifty. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the well, speaking of brassy bronze type stuff, I'm gonna put that on the outside here while we give some of this. Look at that. Look at how juicy that is. That ain't nothing. I'm telling you. Yeah, sorry. Actually, oh geez, what's crazy, Pura Vida? That was one of the earliest starts we've had, like in maybe a couple of years, which is still pretty darn late, right? Again, I'm sorry that all the starts have been so late, Pura Vida. It's been really, really weird. I mean, like colossally weird for a long time. Oh, you know what? I need. Where'd that go? I thought I put this out here. Apparently, I did not. I see the coal black. I don't see the ombre. That's actually too much ombre, but I don't care. I'll get more ombre. Maybe a touch of you. And let's have at it. Now, Pura Vida, let me know if you saw the presentation on who these folks are on Terra Force. If not, we will show the presentation again when I glue the ships on, right? So that those have a few minutes to have a chance to set. So that's already a interesting little difference right there. Back to my... I knew there was a reason I was putting this stuff out here. I was thinking like, wait a minute, why am I putting this stuff out here? It's not a Siri Republic ship. Now I still need it for this. I mean, I could do this a silvery color or something like that, but I think we're just maybe I might just stick with this for everybody, just for funsies. So again, Pura Vida, appreciate you being here. So we're going to try and blast through these 4 ships. We basically have a carrier, we got a heavy cruiser, we got a repair ship, we got a destroyer. Those are the ships in question. There, 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 there. No, you know what? I might get a little greedy. Might get a little greedy and use that. Good enough. Nah, let me refresh super quick here. There we are. And that's how I'm going to do all the presentations for all the other species. I'm even going to make one for the Siri Republic because now Camda, when you were using that to make all of your scenes and getting all your Streamlabs stuff set up, I don't know if it told you like, don't have lots of animations and a whole bunch of other things going on at the same times. So Pura Vida, well, let's see. I think if you're asking about the miniature paint stuff, well, the last couple of years at Adepticon, the Resin Beast. Yeah, I think I've got. Do I actually? Let me see if I've got them here. Wait. Well, there's not the. So these have all won first place Resin Beast things. I don't think I have the trophies. Yeah, I don't think I have the trophies. But I think like 5 or so of those, something like that. And then, of course, well, we got these here. Did I already? Oh, there we go. So if you mean these things, I'm thinking, I wasn't sure if you meant 2D paintings there, Pura Vida, or the miniatures, or both. Actually, this is both. Oh, wow, there's actually 3 of them. So see the art contest things there? So that's actually from Games Day. Yeah, that was actually the 2D art contest there. And then here's this was my favorite thing, Babo's trophy. That was for Armies on Parade, and that was for the Lizard Man army. And then of course you have a bunch of Adepticon stuff, crystal brushes, Bilbo's Bash that was best painted, and also there's that bolt action thing. So that's the best appearance Axis there, 2018. Boy, that was a while ago. That was like 8 years ago. Holy smokes! Let me whoops, wrong way. Let me scroll back down to my scene here. Takes a little while to get down there now. There we go. So yeah, Pura Vida. Back when I was doing all the convention artwork. Oh yeah, I think you saw this one, right? Pura Vida. Speaking of the Siri Republic, again, that would be these guys right here, the Siri Republic, and those are 3 of the painted ships. There's the bird brains. You can see their architecture a little bit different, their government a little bit different, and their ethos is a little bit different, and of course their theaters. Oh, and I've actually been making these figures. I've got the dancer, I've got the orator that's all to the left there, and I also have that counselor figure, and I have a scholar. So I've got 4 different whatchamacallits that I'm working on, 4 different figures there that I'm working on for them. So yeah, Pura Vida. Back in the day when I was doing the 2D art shows and stuff, that would happen like Media West Con and sometimes like the mail-in conventions I would do. There would be like ribbons and stuff, Pura Vida, in the mail, in the box with whatever pieces maybe didn't sell or something. I'd be like, what is this thing? Oh, okay. There is actually a wall in the house, Pura Vida. It's covered up by a shelf right now, but that actually does have all the old 2D art awards on it. There we are. So yeah, Pura Vida. That was when I was doing the sci-fi art and everything. So a lot of portraiture. Wow, look at this. Look at the difference this makes to our spacescape already. Just having this there, it really sets these colors. Really sets those pretty nicely. Kind of makes them have a little more depth to them and such. Now, you know what? I'm gonna do this too. Here, one sec. Let me just grab one of these here. Coal black. Where are you hiding? There you are. Not too much thinner. I just want to fill these bad boys in. And this again is where you put stuff like the ship's name or the squadron name, the task force number, that sort of thing. That is not just for the strategic game, but also for the tactical board as well. Yeah, Pura Vida, that bolt action, the two tournaments that were my favorite were the Bolt Action, and they were actually run by the same folks. Believe it or not, I mean, Bolt Action and Lord of the Rings, you would not think they would be run by the same folks, but it was. They had a fantastic structure. I love the Lord of the Rings because you actually had one evil army and one good army, and you had to play 3 games with each one. So that was really nifty. I enjoyed that. The Now that in 2018 they said, "Hey Jim, good news is you're finally going to get a chance to be in a bolt action tournament. The bad news is you think early war is June of 1940 or late war is June 1940. It had to be 1944 or later, and that's when I had to make the Fallschirmjägers. Again, it's going to take a while to scroll up there. Give me a little bit of time there to scroll. Oh, there we go. I think they are. There they are. So there's the Fallschirmjägers. I think. Wait a minute. They're around here somewheres. Where are they at? That's not them. That's not them. That's not them. There they are. So there's the Meet the Fallschirmjägers, Monte Cassino themed Fallschirmjägers, and that was the army board. And that was really fun because all of that stuff you see there, all the broken stone and everything, I basically took like a lid of a Tupperware container. I put plaster in there, and then when it was about 3/4 of the way, what would you say, cured or whatever, that's when I actually popped it out of there. So it was still kind of on the softer side, and I was able to essentially just press it down, and it broke naturally. I mean, it literally broke like a piece of concrete or stone wood or something if it just fell over on its side. That was super nifty. I've been looking, I've been looking to try that again on some other diorama. I'll have to do that. I'll have to try that again. That was super fun. Okay, I'm looking for the other one to do this on. Like I did them on. Did it on all of them already. All right. Now we have to. Oh, see, that's nice and set. That's not so shiny anymore. Not so shiny, right, Pura Vida? This is shiny. Thanks, Pura Vida. I could definitely use me some of this. That is that's the anti-snooze sauce there, Pura Vida. Now again, what we're looking to do is a spacey-scape like this, except it's going to be a little more intense than that, because well, we got these fluorescent paints out here. I want that magenta. Man, that quinacridone magenta compared to that fluorescent magenta, it looks dingy by comparison. It looks actually dingy, which is pretty wild. That is not what I would have expected. Certainly not. Let's get a little bit more you up here. Blendy brush of some kind. Nice to see you there, Cone Rods. Happy Tuesday, Cone Rods. Here's hoping that everything is going well. So Cone Rods, I'll show you that Actually, no, let me get this stuff on here first. Then we'll go back to our presentation. So yeah, Cone Rods. I mean, it's not like you're not heading out the door right now. You just got here, but I'll show you the presentation on our Terra Force. I've really been looking forward to doing these guys. This was supposed to be the first fleet, Valfera, not the Seri Republic. But once I decided that Terra Force and the Moskins were going to be part of that video, then I had to kind of change tack a little bit. Because I knew that the Seri Republic was not going to be like one of those modular fleets, at least not right now. Maybe later when we can get something figured out. But yeah, the modular fleets, where's there? Oh, here we go. So this is gonna be another one of our modular fleets. That's just a test ship that I did for size. And that might end up being bigger. I don't know. That would be sort of like heavy cruiser sized. If you're wondering, okay, what classification of ship might that be? Initially, anyway, heavy cruiser. Keep in mind that only capital ships go on the 90 mils. Regular, kind of like all your other regular kind of ships, those go on the 60s. These are essentially 40s. And this is things like fighters, bombers, interceptors, scout craft, drop ships, little troop drop ships there. So this right here, when I print this version of it, it's going to go on this size base. So I'm going to be printing out a bunch of those. Where's my brush? There's me brush. Puffy. There. Oh, we're working on five for a second. I was thinking I was working on 5 of them for a second there, Pura Vida. Like, where's the other one? Where'd it go? Where did it go? Nobody knows. I sure don't. Where's that blending brush? That is hiding right over here. I'll let you mix together, doing the stuff. We will go a little lighter now, I think. Maybe even more of the fluorescent magenta. So again, I hope everybody is doing really well. Now this one, the texture on this is kind of rough because I didn't bother putting the what was that stuff, the resin on there. Didn't bother doing that. Hey there, Recoil. Great to see ya. So sorry I didn't get a chance to send you messages today, Recoil, but I don't know if you heard. Good news, the Mitza arrived, and it was a sensational Mitza. Actually, it was totally approved by Chester, because Chester does all the cheese stuff. So yeah, it was a pizza that was very much approved by Chester right there. When it's Chester approved, that's when you know that it was a good quality pizza. Well, actually, Chester just eats all the pizza. It's like, if it says pizza, he would eat it even if it wasn't actually pizza. You could just give him a box that said pizza and he would just eat it because it says pizza. So great to see you there, Recoil. What? Hopefully we didn't blow anybody's ears off with that. That one came up on me so fast. There wasn't even no way to get to the mute button on that. Right, Inganes? How you doing? That sounds fantastic there, Recoil. Inganes, why don't you do the thing? Oh, hey, Camda, you haven't had a chance to share your link yet. So Camda, Inganes, Velfair, if you want to share any of the projects there, please go ahead. And of course, Pura Vida, you ever want to share something? Same thing there, Conrads. You wants to share something, go ahead, do that. You know, you know the deal. Where are we at with this here? Let's put you off to the side here. So great to see you there, Inganes. No, no, no. I'm gonna go me with a little bit of thinner on that. There we go. Blending, brushy there. So again, everybody check out the Instagram link that Inganes just shared. Check that out. Give Inganes a follow. Now, Inganes, hopefully you're just, with each passing day, pretty much, you're just getting that much closer and closer and closer to streaming. Because I know you got to be itching to do that. I know I know you have to be like, oh man, I'm really really wanting to do this here. So hoping that it all works out. You can get a chance to do that again. Now we're gonna put this magenta stuff off to the side. We got this. I'm just gonna go with the ultra. Let's not use you again. We got the opera color out here, not the opera singer, the opera color. A little bit of the ultramarine blue there. Oh, that's good. That's good, Inganes. Again, I know that it's been a little bit of it's been quite the wild ride, hasn't it? It's been a little bit of a ride. Let's do this. So yeah, sorry I didn't get a chance to send you more messages there, Recoil. I had to. It was all about. I'm looking at the credit card there, and I'm like, well, that does not look right. That looks a wee bit suspicious right there. So I had to waste about 2 hours today fooling around with trying to figure out what was going on with that. And of course, that also means now we're going to have to change a whole bunch of information, right? So if you're wondering why, well, I would have really loved to start doing some playtesting of the Cyberthuria stuff, but well, whoever it was that wanted to maybe borrow some information, they had other ideas. So there was no testing of that stuff. We'll try to get to that. I have been painting, like I said, been painting up a bunch of the counters, the tiles. We got a lot of that stuff all printed out and ready to go, and painted too, and painted as well. Where's that blending brush? Where's Mr. Blending Brush? Everybody check out that link that Camda just shared. Everybody give Camda Paints a follow. Now, Camda, sorry if I missed your stream earlier today, which again would have been nighttimey for you, would have been morning for me. Whoops, I'm going the wrong direction. Going the wrong direction with that. Now he's going to grab ourselves some of this here blue to go in there. No. I'm going to let more of this. There we are. That's better. Oh, yeah. Me likey that. Me likey that. Well, look at this. Look at that. I'm going to put some of that over here. We're going to do that because we can. It's nice. This one here too. Celia there, Pura Vida. Again, actually, I think I might have actually mentioned this Pura Vida. If you wanted to kind of see some of the Starship stuff there, Pura Vida, and maybe some of the Cyberthuria stuff, like some of the stuff I'm working on for the role-playing game and stuff, you can always just shoot me like an Instagram message there, Pura Vida. Yeah, shoot me a message on the Instas or Facebook or something, and then say, hey, look, can I see some of the some of those sheets that I wish? Oh, wait, before you leave Pura Vida, don't go nowheres. So, Great Union of New Terra, dead center in the map, right? We're not in the lower left-hand corner where we were with the Seri Republic. That little 13, kind of in the upper center there of the Great Union, that is where Earth and also Procyon 4 are located. So here's our presentation on Terra Force. This is Terra Force, and this is all about the universe is called the Journeys of the Compass Rose, and that's going to be the main ship with all the characters in it. There is your new Terra. That is Procyon 4. This is Old Earth. Again, there's a whole story, and I'll show you the link to the YouTube video too. All of our ships, well, most of them anyway, made at the Beltane Fleet Yards. All the pieces and parts that go in them, manufactured at Balana 5. Now we're going to get into, I believe this is our universe. There's our anchorage. That is one of the largest trading ports in all of the quadrant right there. Meridian is that's your tech world. That is your university planet right there. We got, I think this is our ag world. Yep, that is New Horizon. That's the agriculture planet right there, where most of your crops are grown. And then Avalon, that's the memorial world, and that is memorializing the second Exodus right here. So I'm going to put a little link there in the chat here. So hopefully you didn't already take off their Pura Vida, because we're putting this link in there. There you go. You can check out that video, and that basically tells you the story of essentially how New Terra came to be. So go check that out. That is a story that I first wrote in 1996. So that was written 30 years ago. And this is well, what I wanted to do back in the day was illustrated novels. That's what I wanted to do. That just never got a chance to do that. There certainly was not things like 3D printing to make ships now, was there? Minor details, yeah, that wasn't around back in the day. But now it is, and I fully intend to avail myself of that, right, recoil? So again, check out that video. That is basically the story of New Earth, New Terra, whatever you want to call it. I am actually working on it's a song called "We Stayed," and that actually focuses on the folks who stayed behind. I don't know if anybody is familiar with the story of the island of Corsica, but the story of Earth and New Terra in some ways is a little bit like the island of Corsica. It's kind of a combination of the island of Corsica and a typical kind of colonial situation, except it's in reverse. So imagine, instead of in 1776, instead of the the 13 colonies declaring independence, it's more like the home world rebelling against, or it's more like the what would you say, the colonial overlord rebelling against the colonies. It's kind of flips things on their head. Doing some more blending. That's a little too harsh for a blending brush. Let's back away from that. There we go. That's gonna work better. So I think you can see our spacescapes starting to emerge. Oh, let's go this way. So again, check out that video if you want to see again basically the story that kind of profiles how all this came to pass. I do believe in my timeline it's basically 17 years into the timeline is when the second Exodus occurs. And I believe my timeline it's somewhere around 225 to 235 years worth of historical events. Again, when I show you the star map, there's the Jolorans, the Joloran Empire, And they're sort of in a situation now where there's been several pieces and parts of it that have broken away, like big chunks of it. And by big chunks, I mean like, Alaska and Texas and California just kind of like, nah, we're out of here. It's that level of territories doing a vamoose. They're not necessarily an empire on the decline, and it was not an empire born of conquest. Now, the Jolarin, their ethos is not actually about conquest. In some ways, what's weird, and again, I'd never seen or heard of Lord of the Rings until 2001. In some ways, people might say that the Great Unifier is like another form of Sauron, or a more benevolent Sauron, or something like that. A Sauron that builds theaters. Yeah. If Sauron were a theater buff, there you go. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. See that nice and soft and all kinds of fun stuff. Now let's start to do some brighter starry things. Now let me do a little more blendy brush here. First, try and get some of this stuff off of there. And we're not doing this, we're doing this. It's like a straight up and down, little tap, tap, tap here. Look at this. See that? Little tap, tap, tap. It's almost like we got ourselves an airbrushy thing or something there. It's the not airbrush. Smushy, smushy. Tap, tap, tap. Stab, stab, stab. So again, everybody check out the links there. Or that link there, and that will again take you to the YouTube. There's no ads or anything on it. There's not going to be ads on any of my these story vids. They're there to tell the story. Actually, Camda, I asked a certain thing. I said, would it be a good idea to have? Because I actually said, it was suggested that instead of the "I'll be back" thing, use that video. And it said not only is that a good idea, it said to actually have a whole series of those playing when I'm not streaming, Camda. So yeah, I forgot that you can have a video playing when you're not streaming. So I think I should have a whole bunch of them. I don't know how to do that because I haven't actually ever tried to do that. But that's something I got to do, Camda. I actually have to see if I can make again start posting these vids that are going to be playing while I'm not streaming. Instead of just the profile picture, which I think that's pretty much the default, I think, is just a picture. I'm gonna have me a video. All right, where's my star? There's my other star. I'm gonna go this way. So we're gonna do our little little lens flare effect here. Out you go. One of my micro blendy brushes. So, see how it's going to extend this? Also, softens that line. Same deal. Same deal here. How's about everybody give Spark Minis a follow? So Spark Minis, you didn't do Origins, did you? Spark Minis? Everybody please give Spark Minis a follow. And of course, Spark Minis, I know you got a whole bunch of stuff that you can share on the chat. Why don't you share some stuff? So Spark Minis, we're starting off a brand new fleet here. We are starting a brand new fleet. So what we had been working on for the last several weeks was one of our other fleets. That was these guys, and right now we're painting, see the spacescapes on the bases? That's what we're doing on these. These are just a couple of the ships right here. Nice to see you there, Erda Michael. So we did a whole bunch of ships. Now recently, I don't know if you saw, we posted this up on the Instagram. Look at that brand new Cyber Wapelius. He's like, I see you over there. I see you Raiders right now. And there's his little buddy Cad. Little buddy Cad. So very fun Cyber Wapelius there. I think our last stream was this right here. Another one of these are all my own sculpts, by the way. All the ships, all the figs, and this bust of Arianrod right here. Again, that's another one. Oh, actually, last night I was painting this one. So this is part of my Celtic Goddess series right here. We've got figures and busts of them. And of course, we've been doing our Cyber Thuria stuff. Like right here. Where's Nimue here? Let's get this. So this was last week, I think. Oh, this might have been last Friday. I think this was maybe last Friday. So there's Nimue right there, the corrupted version of that. So again, Spark Minis, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So what we're working on right now, that would be these guys here. That would be Terra Force, and that's your Great Union of New Terra located in the center. So the other ships I showed you, that was the guys off to the lower left-hand side. Here we've got these. Oh, look at this ship. You might recognize it there. Oh, and there it is in space. So we're going to get to our Terra Force ships here again. This is the first night of doing a brand new fleet, and it's all part of this storyline. So this is a vast storyline with a couple of dozen civs. There is Procyon for the home world. And then we're going to go through some of the other worlds. Like, oh, look at Old Earth, where most of the population evacuated from. This is where our ships are assembled and launched at the Beltane Fleet Yards. Most of the industry happens here at Bellana 5. That's your industrial world. Now, no industrial world kind of is successful without also a port facility. That is Anchorage, one of the largest trade hubs in the quadrant. And of course, your knowledge for making the ships, well, a lot of that is from Meridian, the university world. You got to have food. New Horizon, big agri world, very big. And of course, Avalon, that is the memorial planet, and that is memorializing this event that you will see coming up right there. So that's kind of the foundation story of the entire, this whole universe here. I'm going to throw this little linky in the chat, and that also tells you the story. Now, this is from 30 years ago. Oh, look at that. This comes from 30 years ago. So this design here that you're seeing, this is circa 1996. I am not kidding. That is how far back this goes. Oh, well, look at this. Recognize that? It looks a little bit different now, 30 years later. But yes, that is from 30 years ago. Because why not? Why not? So again, everybody please give Spark Minis a follow. And of course, Spark Minis, if you want to share some stuff. Now, did you have a birthday stream? I could swear you were doing like another one of those marathon streams, Spark Minis. And by marathon streams, I mean like, 30 hours, something like that. I think you were up to like 24, 26 hours or something. But yeah, if you want to share anything, like always, go right ahead. Oh, check this out too. Sorry. Yes, we've also been doing some of our 2D art here. Again, that is part of the Siri Republic. 3-year stream anniversary. 3-year stream anniversary means a hype train. A hype train for Spark Minis to celebrate 3 years doing the Twitch thing. Now, let's get to our Siri Republic here. These are the bird brains, as we like to call them. Oh, look, there's their architecture, the government, and that's kind of their ethos right there. Now, when you see this, I've actually started making miniatures of, I got a wind dancer, I've got the orator, and I also have one of the scholars there. So that is, yeah, that's been super fun. Super fun. We did this last Thursday right here. Nice to see you there, Uber Yeti. Nice to see you. And of course, here's some more of our Cyber Thuria stuff. That is digital Camelot. So Uber Yeti, Why don't you share? I know you got stuff to share there, Uber Yeti. I know you got stuff to share, so why don't you share that? Now, see how we just kind of plop that on there? All of this is oil paint, which means, looky here. We just kind of plop and push that around, sort of like what we do on a lot of our spacescapes. Yes, we're just doing it on a surface like this. We're going to do some more, and this is not actually our latest light here. We can still go later than this. Now let's get ourselves a little bit of lens flare. This is what we were doing just as the raid happened. We're going to do a little bit more of this now. Where's that blending brush? Once again, so lens flare. See, I'm just going to take that and we're just going to push it off to the side. We're going to do the same deal here. Push that off to the side, extend that out. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Spark Minis just shared, and everybody give please Spark Minis a follow. So Spark Minis, now that it's been 3 years, I'm sure there's been all kinds of twists and turns, and you're thinking, boy, I wasn't really expecting this 3 years ago. So I was kind of curious if, now that it's been a while, right? You say, when I first started to kick this thing up, I didn't expect this. Now Spark Minis is your let's see, is Nova Open gonna be maybe your next thing, or is it gonna be LVO? Because I'm pretty sure, or was it Capital Palette that you did? Well, no, that's Nova Open. Yeah, that's Nova Open, Capital Palette. Thanks, Uber Yeti. Uber Yeti, I think I might have some. I know I got stuff that you haven't seen yet. I know I got stuff you haven't seen. I'll try and send you some stuff there, Uber Yeti. And before you take off, do like what Spark Minis did and share some stuffs in the chat. Go ahead and share some stuff. And again, everybody, please click on that link. It's an Instagram link that Spark Minis posted. You got to do the follow thing too. Go do that. I'm gonna go this way with our little lens flare here. Gonna go this way with it. If you're wondering what these little blank areas are here, that is for writing the ship's name or ID number or squad number, whatever it is, or task force number. Because these are for a game. They are for a game. There's kind of a strategic version of it, and then there's also a starship combat. So something maybe like any other starship game, I guess. Well, that'll be, I guess now Spark Minis. Lemons into lemonade. Does that give you a little more time to work on your contest entries so you're not having to maybe rush around quite so much? Because I know you had a bunch of stuff. You had contest entries at Adepticon too, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I know you did. You were working on them. See you later there, Spark Minis. See you later. Thank you so much for the raid. And again, everybody please give Spark Minis a follow. And again, one more hype train for the 3-year streamiversary here. 3-year streamiversary for Spark Minis. Another hype train. Also, a little bit, there we go, look at that. So let's see, nifty little lens flare. We still got to do our spatter stars. Yes, Camden, we have not forgotten Spatter Star Galactica. We're going to do this, then we're going to actually go back to some of our dark, right, and almost, again, get that dust cloud sort of a look going there. And we're taking our once again, our little blending brush. See how we can kind of soften some of those, some of the edges there. Now here, there's some of the ships that we're going to be sticking on here. This is one of the largest ships. Again, that's a capital ship. That's a carrier, which is essentially the equivalent to this. So again, this is our other species that you saw. That is essentially the same type of ship as that. Now, where's our heavy cruiser? Here's a heavy cruiser. Here's a heavy cruiser. So two different species, both heavy cruisers. We're doing a heavy cruiser, destroyer, repair ship, and carrier on our little extravaganza tonight here. We like to call it Armada Mondays, even though it's Tuesday. Technically, it started on Monday. It might have been a little late, but it still started on Monday. It still counts. It still counts. Hey, what are you doing over there? Get out of the way. Coming back at this. Kind of lighten up this stuff a little more. We'll use Mr. Blending Brush there. We've done all kinds of different spacescape things. We had our whole series of Battlestar Galactica ships. We did 15 of these bad boys. And you can see a little different spacescape there. And we're going to keep coming up with different spacescapes. Every species is going to get themselves a different type of spacescape. That's going to be the rule. It'll get real interesting once we get to like the 14th or 15th species. It's like, okay, what can we do that we haven't done before? We'll see. We'll figure out something. We'll get something figured out. I'm going to go back to my fluorescent magenta here. Nice. Have we done... we did a lens flare on everybody, it looks like. Yes, we have. So, Arda Michael, did you get a chance to share any? I know you got stuff you can share. I don't believe you had a chance to share it yet. Why don't you share some stuffs there, Arda Michael? Share some stuffs. Let me move the... No. Nope. I got it here. I'm going to use it. There we are. Ooh, like that. Yep. I likey that. You see now the magenta, the ultramarine, they're starting to mix together a little bit there. Now I do believe it is just about time to get that really dark stuff going. Then we'll do our spattery stars. We'll do some spatter stuff. Okay, I'm gonna grab you. I will take some of our Painsy Gray ultramarine, Payne's ultramarine, or indigo ultramarine, or ultra indigo. Oh, there you go. Yes, we just made a new color, ultra indigo. Everybody check out that. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Arda Michael shared. Now, see how that's kind of crossing over this star here? It's kind of, again, creating a little bit of a dust cloud in front of the star look. More of it here. So see, again, now we got a little bit of an interrupt here. So it's not just like a star sitting there. Now it's looking like it's a little bit further behind. It gives it a little more depth. We're always looking to create more depth like this. See that? Now we're actually kind of carving out almost like another cloud right there. How's about we take this here brush, we use it as a blending brush. We'll tap, tap, tap. Look at that. Sensational. More of our indigo ultramarine. Again, brand new color apparently. Who'd have thought? Now, I'm going to smush this down in here. Look at it. See how that that cloud starts to come forward? And you were just in my hand. There you are. So now, we get the kind of this weird hard edge here. If we were to do this, it's just a bunch of tap, tap, tap. It's almost like we got ourselves an airbrush. Yes, almost like an airbrush. To the darker clouds, or the dust clouds, we go. Round and around we go. Another little pickup right here of some dark. Yep. Next, well, we did those. Okay, we did those, guys. Now, this one here. Yep, this is another kit. We're just gonna kind of carve out this dust cloud here. So I'm gonna do this. We got some of it up here. Stop doing that. You take this brush which has no paint on it. We do this. Nice and soft. Now over here again. See, we got that crazy little line. We do this. There's no line there anymore. Look at that, no line. There is no line there anymore. Dust cloud over here. Passing in front of kind of a mid-range magenta, looks like. Yeah, kind of a mid-range magenta. Now to our 90. Armor Wolves have just shared the Patreon page. Now, if you want to see how stuff like this gets done and how ships like these get painted, well, good news. Or good nose, right, Camden? Because this was a two-part series on said Patreon page. Episode 1 was mostly what we're doing right here. And then kind of the initial phase on the ship. Episode 2 was a lot of the details, right? The highlights, all of these panel lines. That was a big part of episode 2. So that was a two-part series on the Patreon page. I also am filming an episode of how you can actually make these ships. Because again, all this stuff is stuff that I made. I showed you that book earlier. Again, all of this stuff was initially made many, many years ago. This is not actually new stuff. It's been around. Just waiting to come to life. And now it has been brought to life. Because, huge surprise, we did not have 3D printers in 1996. Maybe there was probably some kind of very, 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 very primitive version of something, maybe in the early 2000s. But definitely not something that a regular person could buy in '96. Maybe there was something out there that Med Labs or Defense Department could use for printing stuff. Not for us though. Not for us regular folks. I'm going to do this. Let me get some more ultramarine to do another little layer of clouds. There we are. Another little layer of dust clouds. Now let me take this blending brush again. See, we got ourselves a little hard edge there. We are going to take the edge off of that. And I think now, let me get this out of harm's way. It's time for some spatter star, where we're going to just take a brush of some kind that maybe is, maybe like this right here. Yeah, so a brush that's all beat up. Brush that also has kind of some bristles there. Oh, by the way, all this has been at 1 hour. We put the lighter dry brush on our ships, and we've been painting these bases, and it's all happened in the last 1 hour, 10 minutes. Not even. Little over an hour. Okay, we're getting this all smushed up here, ready to roll. Let me see what kind of spatter we got. We got a good spatter. We got ourselves a spatter here. There we go. Wish I could have done this on that Ariane Red bust. I know I kept saying that over and over on the stream, because it's so much easier to do the spatter stars like that than it is to try and paint each individual tiny one, because, again, Humies tend to make things very regular instead of very irregular like I just did there. I mean, the good news is you get this nice randomness. I suppose the bad news for some is you're getting total randomness. You have no idea. Well, maybe you have some, you can sort of direct it. Kinda. A little. Ish. Okay, so there we got ourselves some spatter stars there now. Couple of things we got to do before. Let me get to this. Now that we've done our spattery star, I can do this little thing in here. If you're wondering why there's a hex on here, that is so you know what the bearing is. So your ship is actually pointed, well, this way, so you know, okay, its heading is that way. If it's got forward-facing weapons, well, that's where they're going. They're not going in any other direction. So if you're wondering why hexes, they just, instead of having to put marks on a, because I've seen them on the round bases, they have seen marks on round bases to indicate the arcs of where an arc of fire might be originating from. It's like, how about just doing a hex? Because then you don't have to do any kind of, you have to paint markings on there or anything. They're just there from the get-go. All right. We'll make this a little lighter. Then we'll get some, I might do some darker glazy things with their ombre on there. Might just do that. Might just do that too. Okay, here we got this. You know, I might throw a little bit of fast matte white, which is super, super early, but I need to do it for the stars. That's right. For the brightest stars. A lot easier to do that than when the ships are on there. I'm just using these craft brushes. That's all they are. They are just craft brushes. One happy choice. It's like a package of 50 of them. And if you recall recent streams where I said, you know what, I would really love to get that generator thing. Right now it's, I think it was basically $19.99. And I thought, oh, we'll wait till Prime Days because it'll be less. Oh no, now it's back up to $2,300. So that strategy didn't work. So the Prime Day strategy did not work. Hopefully it works for the Paul Rubens, which is the paint that we are using here. So it's Paul Rubens Alkyd oils. You can get those on Amazon. A whole set of 38 or 38 colors. They're 50 ml tubes also, by the way. And if you kind of wait it out and you score the good price, $63, when you consider, in theory, this tube of paint is $63. You get 38 50 ml tubes like that for 63. Well, that's a wee bit of a deal. So yeah, never get the Paul Rubens unless you see them at $63, because eventually you may have to wait a little bit, but eventually they will, like on a Prime Day, like Black Friday, those kind of things, they will be less. So don't be a hasty hobbit, right, Camda? Don't be hasty. Whoops. Almost forgot my lighter stuff right there. So we're just about ready to get our ships attached to these. The carrier, the heavy cruiser, the destroyer, and a fleet repair ship. Actually, none of these are official ships. I made these as a bit of a sizing guide for that episode, that tutorial I was telling you about, because we were going to be assembling all the starship parts in a Blender tutorial video. There we are. And again, here's So there's our heavy cruiser. Oh yeah, that's probably going to go on this base right here. Well, we will mix up some green stuff, though. We are going to do our typical glue on one side, glue on the other, green stuff in the middle tactic. That works really well, especially when maybe you have surfaces that are a bit uneven, or too small, or too fragile to pin, or whatever. So now again, we got our space gapes on here. So hopefully by next week we'll have at least a couple more maybe of our capital type ships ready to go. Where we are, okay. More of our light here on all these surfaces. There. And there. One more of these. Yep, one more of these. Then we'll get the lightest of the light stuff here. We're working kind of with the Naples yellow. Alright, make you later. And that instantly makes our spacescape stand out, doesn't it? At least I think so. The flying stance, I made these too. These were printed out in FDM just to save on time, save on resin. So they're not going to quite have the sharpness resolution of some of our resin printed stuff, which is all the ships. I am going to print up some of my ships in FDM, like really big, very large versions of my ships. I don't know which ones yet. My spidey sense says it's going to be the ones that are the easiest to do larger. Because I can print just about anything larger. Can I get the supports off of it without destroying it? That's another thing entirely. Yeah, Camda, that's going to be super fun. Because I mean, just imagine. I mean, even something like that. That's just a destroyer, but that could potentially be like a foot long. I guess now, Camda, the one thing I gotta remember to ask is there sound? It just occurred to me, Camda, because if there's no sound, some stuff might not make any sense whatsoever, right? I just realized that. So that's a question I'm gonna have to pose. I will have to pose that question. It's like, okay, if I do this, because it did say it was a good idea to have it for like the I'll be back screen, just like you were talking about. I just don't know if there's actual sound. Now, obviously, the presentation slideshow, I've got the sound off. Well, there was no sound to begin with. And I just did that in the video editor, Camda. I did not do that as part of Streamlabs. My spidey sense said it would just be easier that way, and oh boy, was it way easier than trying to do slideshows in Streamlabs. All right, we're almost ready to start gluing some ships to bases. We're getting there. Jeez, well, okay, well, why advertise somebody else's stuff when we can advertise our own stuff? Then, well, okay, Cam, that pretty much settles it. That settles it. Yeah, we don't have anything to do over the next couple of days, right? Right, Recoil. It's a totally free schedule. Like, why would we be doing anything over the next couple of days? Let's tack something else on there. Although I think my trusty assistant Recoil might just make that a little easier. I'm thinking. That certainly was the case with that little bit of a fracas earlier today. where I'm showing it this thing. I'm like, does this look legit to you? And it's like, nope, that does not look legit to me at all. And here's why. Well, we'll find out after the stream there, Cam, in just a few seconds, for sure. I will pose all these questions immediately. Because I'm pretty sure it did actually suggest, like, when you're not streaming, maybe have these little slide presentations going. I mean, otherwise it's just dead air, right? There's nothing going on. Do I got one more? You got one more of these to do. Again, we're just doing kind of like the lightest light stuff. Then we'll get our ships stuck on here. And again, down in there, that is where the ship's information will go. Any kind of identification, name, task force number, ID, whatever it is, however you want to identify your ships. Not so much like, okay, there's the one carrier. It would be important to know, again, especially if you're doing the strategic version of the game, where, well, there could be several carriers going. What task force is it in? Does it need to do a little bit of time in space dock there for a wee little resupply and repair? Do I have... Oh, nope, nope. Oh, a little more here. Now, again, we're going to do a little bit of a preemptive thing. We normally don't break out the fast mat weight like an hour and 22 minutes in. How you doing there, Teals? And nice to see you there, Just Dave. Everybody please give Teal Skyer a follow and also give Just Dave a follow. So great to see you there, Teals. And great to see you, Dave. So again, Dave and Teals, I know you guys can share some stuff in the chat. Why don't you share some stuff? So here, look at this. A little key here. I know you rated when we were doing some of our other ships there, Teals. We're doing a whole brand new fleet. So this is basically our humans, aka Terra Force. Again, Teals, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Nice to see you there, White Wolf. So here was the previous set of ships that we did. Let me see if I can... there we go. This is super fun, this little bit here. Look at this. So this is one of our other species. That's a troop transport. Now look at this. That is a Skyclaw dropship. Oh, well, looky here. There's 6 of these little guys. There's 6 of them on this ship. And again, we did an entire range of ships here. There's the largest of ships. So there's a nice little battleship right there. And again, I think you might have seen this. We got this posted on the Instagrams. This was the birthday stream. Look at this. Brand new Cyber Wapelius, all in CyberCAD. Painted in cadmium. Yes, indeed. Last stream was another one of all this is stuff that I made, by the way. All these are my own figures. Arianrod, this is part of my Celtic Goddess series. We did this one last night. So we've been working on our Celtic Goddess series, busts, figures, galore. Here's our Bridget here. We've actually painted up a cyber version of Bridget there too. And look at this. This is one of our latest 2D paintings. Did this last week. Now we're going to have you meet our Terra Force. Okay, we've already done this ship here. We painted this one a few weeks ago. There it is in the hangar. There it is in space. Whoops. In space. This space. So located kind of at the center of your map there, the Great Union of New Terra. We've been working on the lower left-hand side, the Seri Republic. So we did a whole entire fleet of their ships. We're now getting to the Humi ships, and there it is. There's Terra Force. So this again is the human society And this is all part of this universe, a whole series of stories from that ship. There is your new homeworld. So Procyon 4, most folks evacuated from old Earth to Procyon, and we'll be showing you a video on, or giving you a link to a video on that. All of our fabulous ships are made and launched at the Beltane Fleet Yards, the industrial world where all the tech and everything is put together. Bellana 5. Now, of course, you don't have tech without universities. Also, you don't get it there without a port city or port planet, which is Anchorage. There's Meridian, your university world, and of course, people need food. So here is our fabulous agri world, New Horizon. And again, all of this is part of. Well, here's Avalon. This is our memorial planet, which is memorializing this particular event here, which we call the second Exodus. Now, we're going to post a little linky here in the chat. That will tell you all about the story of the second Exodus. All of this stuff started 30 years ago. Where's that ship? Looks familiar, doesn't it? Yeah, this was made in 1996. We didn't have these tools back in 1996. Believe me, if there were, this would have already existed. Oh, well, look at this. Saw that star map before? Yeah, there's that same star map right there. Again, circa 1996. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Teals just shared. So again, Teals, I hope that things have been going well. Hopefully not too much craziness with weather stuff or anything like that, because there's been lots of craziness with weather everywhere, certainly here. And again, Dave, if you wanted to share some stuff in chat, you too, you got Insta links, Discord. That's a Discord link. Yeah, it's a Discord link that Teals just shared. I just had to take a little look. If I see a really long link, I know that's got to be a Discord. Now, I'm just trying to get my latest light here where some of my stars are. Just because. Let's do a couple other lighter ones here. Then we're going to get our ships glued on here. Yeah, White Wolf, there's been the tornadoes, there's been the rainy stuff, there's been all kinds of crazy stuff going on. So here's hoping not too crazy for you there, White Wolf. Oh, just somewhat manageable. I'm just going to put these little bits of light here, then we'll do a very exciting thing. We'll mix some green stuff. I mean, literally, that's what we got to mix some green stuff because we've got to get our ships attached. A carrier, a destroyer, a heavy cruiser, a repair ship. Yeah, we're going to get those on these bases. Anything that is on a 90 mil base, capital ship, battleship, carrier, battle cruiser, everything from heavy cruiser on down goes on 60s, and then again your small craft like this. So that Triton class ship you saw that's really big, actually in the game it's going to be this size, and it's going to go on a little 40 mil base right there. Yeah, White Wolf. When where you live is featured on Max Velocity's channel, that's when you know you got some issues. That's when you know it's time to, as they say, batten down the hatches. All right, let me get this stuff mixed together. So the old trick is, I'll just grab any old base, glue here, glue on the ship, and then in between goes the green stuff, and that does a couple of things. It kind of fills in the inevitable, what would you say, a little bit of gaps that are going to happen. Let's say, what is it, infinity, right? Those little fiddly metal bits. There's no way you're going to pin those things, like at all, and just trusting super glue to it, not going to really work. So what you could do, see that little teensy dot of green stuff right there? You stick that in between. Okay, glue on, let's say it's like a little thing sticking off their head, glue there, you glue the part, and then this little thing goes in between, and that kind of, the glue also crystallizes it. So it kind of makes everything a little bit stronger too. Okay, so that's going to go off to the side. Let's get our carrier glued down here. Hopefully we actually got enough glue in here for all this. Looks like we do. So I'm going to do that. We got to get our ship oriented the right way, don't we? So we got a little hole right there. So we got to glue this in. We could just leave it like that, but we got to paint this thing. So what we're going to do, let me make sure there's some, I'm going to put me a little more glue there. A little more glue. We're also now going to take this here green stuff. Is that, there you go. I don't think you could see it where it was. So there's the glue. There's the green stuff. We grab Mr. Ship here. Oriented, yes. And we stick you on there. Make sure you're pointed in the right direction. And then you're going to go over there. Off to the side. Next one. Now it doesn't matter which one is really which. Okay, that can go there. Glue time. Oogla, how you doing? Oogla, I will say this is kind of a brand new one. Now, it's still just in this. I know some people put them in the fridge there, Oogla. Some people also will kind of wrap them in a plastic bag, then stick them in a fridge. Boil them, mash them, put them in a stew. Probably not in a stew. That may not be the healthiest of Hobbit meals right there. Hey, there's surface tension. Surface tension, well, I was going to say, we basically have your weather for the most part. Well, I guess, well, you don't necessarily have the tornado stuff. But it's been kind of in the 60s, which would translate to what, about 17, 18-ish or so Celsius there. Whoops, what's that sitting on? All right. So we've got that oriented. So again, this is our heavy cruiser. Repair ship. Got the right base. If you want to share some stuff there, surface tension. You wants to share stuff, please go ahead. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. Yeah, I'm going to chuck me a little more glue in there. Where's me green stuff? There it is. Man, Artemichael, I don't think we got here quite as much as they were expecting, but then we also didn't get all the tornadoes that basically wiped out everything pretty much, I think, south of Kankakee. I think most of Illinois and Indiana is probably in like Iowa now or Kentucky or something. All right, what are we doing? There we go. Like, that should be, oh, wait. Like, that's not oriented quite the right way. There we go. That's a repair ship. Now we've got ourselves a destroyer. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. Get on there. I think we're good with the glue. I mixed up extra green stuff just in case it was going to be another one of those times where the green stuff just like falls out of my hand and lands on the floor, something not helpful like that. Now where are we at here? There's the hole, and there's the ship. So there is our destroyer positioned right there. So again, we can show, again, this is our Great Union of New Terra, located right there in the center of the map. That little, see the little circle with the 13 in there? That is where Earth and also New Terra are located. And again, here's a little bit of a review of our Terra Force ships. All of this is part of this Journeys of the Compass Rose universe. There's your new homeworld, Procyon 4. That is where humanity evacuated to from old Earth, which actually still does exist. Still does exist to this day. Beltane Fleet Yards, that's where all your ships are. Most ships are, again, assembled, launched, refurbished, that sort of thing. The industry world, Balana 5, that's again where a lot of your starship pieces are going to be made. Anchorage is a massive kind of trading hub slash spaceport. If you saw the map earlier on, you can kind of see the trade lanes. Now, of course, Meridian is where a lot of technology is developed. You got to eat. That would be New Horizon Agricultural World. And of course, this is your Memorial World, Avalon, which again is memorializing this particular event here, which is the second Exodus. Now, I'm going to post a little link in the chat, and that is going to, here, let me get my scene right there. That little video will, again, explain the story of, again, this all started years ago, 30 years ago to be exact. Now, how are we doing here? Well, that's pretty good. How's about our first ship? How's about our big old carrier here? How you doing? Well, I think we can do some of our glazy stuff on this. We can maybe do some glazy things on that without too much problem. I'm thinking Payne's... Well, that spins around nicely. I'm thinking some of our Painsy Gray here. Let me move that off to the side. We're going to get this in here. Now, Ultramarine. Blue mixed with that. Where's my thinner? There you are. Maybe a little more. There we are. Let's see what happens with this. Now we got to break all this stuff down here. Got to break this stuff down. Turn it into a pin line wash. You might even need to do a little bit more. You know, I'm actually going to throw me a little bit more of the indigo. A little more indigo, and now a little more thinner, like so. We'll probably have to revisit this mix a couple of times here. We'll probably run it because we're working on 4 ships here. Now we're just going to leave that bad boy right there. You know what? I'm going to do this too. Where's another one of these? Now that's just got regular thinner in there. There's no paint in there. Ah, there we go. That's better. So you can see that kind of changes this this up a little bit. Gets down into all of our recesses. I think so. We'll have to make some labels. Surface tension. Yes, we'll have to come up with a Muskin maroon or something like that. Muskin magenta. There you go. Even though there's no magenta on their stuff, the Muskin magenta. Now again, that's just now it's just regular thinner there. Doing the thing. Back to just thinner now. Now back to our mix to get a little bit more dark in there. You bend it down a little bit more. More of our dark again. And I'll break out the Siri Republic carrier, and you can again kind of get an idea of classifications of ships, relative size. Where is the carrier? It is. And we painted this one in a 2-part tutorial. So that's your Earth carrier. There is the Siri Republic carrier. We did a fun little animation of that to see what would it actually look like when we go to paint it, right? Well, look at that. It's kind of nice when your reference images also move in their environment. Then you can, like, if I want to do that sort of lighting, well, guess what? It's a lot easier to paint from that reference. Now, here's some of the painted ships. So these are not, these are just the painted ships. I took a photograph of them, and then we basically put them in series space because they are located in the Valley of the Giants, which, and again, they're in the lower left-hand corner. That is an area of space where you've just got quite literally nothing but blue giant stars, red supergiant star, that sort of thing. Now let's hit a heavy cruiser here. Also, by the way, all these different fleets here, I have modular ship parts. So while this is a test ship just for size and scale, all of, like the bridge, the side pieces, the main hull, anything that's a turret, weapons, sensor arrays, all that, engines, all that stuff, those are separate pieces. So right now I'm just literally painting test ships for size. These are not the actual ships that will finally be in the fleet. And the goal is to have many fleets like this. Here's another fleet right here. So this is the Moskins. This also has bridge, hull, these cargo type containers, weapons arrays, engines, cranes, I mean all kinds of stuff, so that you can essentially create your own fleet designs. Modular ship. Now, of course, there's nothing that says you can't take, you don't kit bash like all the different fleets together, make a Franken fleet. Well, I mean, they have sky theaters, right, Camda? Oh, wait a minute, Camda. Let me see it. Oh, it's so buried. It's gonna be hard to get to, but let me. This is the humor I think is worth it, Camda, for me to try and dig this out of here. And of course, I just cannot get to it. Oh, there it is. There it is. 1 second. I just when you mentioned that, I'm like, you take away the V, and you almost have Siri right there. Okay, do we need to? Yeah, I'm gonna hit me another little shot there. So we're going to leave our very large ship off to the side because I want that to have the best chance for all of that glue and green stuff to set before we fool around with that. We got 3 other ships. That's why I was hoping to be able to do multiple ones. So this again, this is the equivalent of, not that ship, this one. So again, this is a fleet tender / repair ship. That is also what this one is for the Seri Republic. I've got a refinery ship here somewheres. There it is. So that is a refinery ship. We have many different fleets. You've got another species. All of their ships look like giant temples. The Ballisteri, all of their ships are ring ships. And again, all these are modular. So you will be able to, well, again, you could take all the different pieces and parts and recombine them however you want. I can't wait for you to see. I think I've sent you some of the other designs, Camda, some of the other fleet sheets like the Ballisteri and stuff. If obviously, oh, and the Alchiban ships. I think I showed you. They're the fish and chips, Camda, right? They're the fish and chips. The Alchibans. That's another. Again, after the stream, that's another thing I'll be working on is getting all of those ships. Some of the test sculpts made there. So surface tension, would the mirror universe of them be Terror Verte? I think that's what the mirror universe of them would have to be called. Where is that? Where'd the Terror Verte go? That's around somewheres. I don't know where it is now. But it would have to be Terra Verte, I think. I'm not mixing up any more of this stuff. I'm just going to have to use whatever is here on this destroyer. Again, a non-capital ship. And of course, we got to get a little engines in there too. Now we can move some of this off to the side. So again, there's our fabulous carrier there. Now you can see that's still all shiny, so we're going to leave him alone. I am maybe going to do a little bit here of glaze stuff on the bottom there. So yeah, Camda, they're the ones that quite literally in some cases look like a turtle or a whale or a stingray. Believe it or not, some of those actually came before these ships. And some of them actually predate our Terra Force ships. Yeah, I still got to get some of this in here. One sec. I thought we were missing a little something here. I guess you could say there's going to be a little bit more standard panel lineage on some of these here at Camda. A little more like our BSG ships, I suppose. Now, engine glow is going to be like this. I actually have fluorescent. It's basically a fluorescent blue. It's kind of like a cerulean, speaking of Siri. Almost a bit more towards the green, but not too much towards the green. Yeah, Cam, again, I'm going to be working on those after the stream tonight. I was doing the orthographic images the other day when all the weather craziness was going on. That's pretty much all I could do was stuff like that. Was the orthographics. Now, also, too, Camda, you should start to recognize, because some of these in that video, these ships are in that video. So, think when he's looking out the bridge there at the fleet and at the planet after the battle and stuff, he's looking from his captain's quarters there. And again, you can see that same ship is right over here in the corner. That's the same ship there. What is going on here? Oh, it's like, what is this stuck on? There's a bit of a blue tack sitting there. Like, that ship's not moving. What's going on there? That was weird. All right, here, let's get back to this again after that little bit of weirdness. Let's get ourselves some engine glow here. Come on. So again, think Battlestar Galactic. There's your kind of a landing bay type of a thing. Or lunch bay. Oh, it's a lunch bay. There. Yes, all your carriers have to have lunch bays, right? Surface tension. And of course, the fleet that has the best lunch bays is going to be the one that has the best retention of its personnel. Yep, you got to have you got to have those nice lunch bays. All right. In you go. More engine glow. I mean, eventually we're going to be... Well, that might have been a little bit more of the fast mat weight this soon than I wanted. And I think this gets us to all 4 ships doing this. Okay, and then we got to let that set too. We have to say, okay, no more of this. I'm just going to have to sit there. Now we can start working around on some of these areas. Let us try this on the cruiser here. I'm gonna go back to this here brush. So we got our ultramarine. There we are. Ultramarine and our white together. Trying to almost make kind of like a filbert type brush. And now we start doing some of this to bring out our shapes. And of course, if it doesn't have good service either, right surface tension. If they don't plate the food in a decorative manner, you're like, yeah. I mean, it might smell pretty good, but the presentation is lacking, right? And if the presentation is lacking, you're just like, well, I can't serve in this fleet. My sensitivities will not allow it. So again, you can see now we're starting to get a little bit of shape going on here. Also, too, Cam, the fishing ships, the Alchiban ships, those are the ones that I'm going to be using the interference colors on. Which is going to be weird, Cam, because essentially they got to be primed black. But yes, the Alchiban ships, they are going to be getting a hefty dose of, well, mixes of stuff with the iridescent pearl white, tons of our fabulous, and we haven't done any ships with those, so I thought that could be fun. Who knows, Camden? It might even have to be an army painting series. Because the last time we did an army painting series with those paint was the Tyranids. That's the last time we used those. Let me. Oh, look at that! That worked out real easy. Much easier. Now again, see that's just that's nice and easy to do because we have something for that to mix with right there. To the lighter stuff we go up here. So Camda, I was more than a little bit tempted to name one of the ship classes of the series ships a Kingfisher class. Now of course I think that I don't know if that's I don't know if that the Kingfisher is blue or not. I don't think so. But there is, I believe, a species of bird called the Kingfisher. Now I will say right now there is no plan for a feline species though. So, well, because what's it though? White dwarf or red dwarf? Sorry, red dwarf had the cat. Oh, yeah, let's do this. No more. That too. Yeah, all right. And then we'll have to move to another ship. Maybe either the destroyer or the repair ship. One of those. Because if we start fighting against all the glazy stuff, right? We gotta move on to a different ship. No sense in struggling there. Now let's try the repair ship. And even here, I can see a lot of shiny stuff. So I'm kind of starting out on the areas where we don't have a bunch of the shine. This might seem like a really light blue. It's actually not all that light. That's maybe a value 3 or something. 1 second here. Let me see if I can get some of this on the side. Yeah, that's good. More of that over here. Let's go on the top of this. I might even have to use a little bit of thinner here. Ah, look at that. The little bit of thinner had quite the magical effect to it. A little drier over there. Our cranes and grappling hooks, those are not going to be, those will not be this color. Those are going to be a different color. More of a warm gray. It's kind of wild, Cam, to painting these, after doing all the series ships with the wings and the feathers and everything, now we have these boxier ships. But because I was making all those different movies and animations, these are the ships that I've been looking at. I've seen these 1,000 times. The only time I've really seen, the series ships is when I was making them, and then when I was painting them. Well, and and we know right surface tension that they use those Palantiri for subspace communications. Yeah, you didn't think that, right? You didn't think that the squirrels actually had interstellar communications. But yeah, I've heard it said that the squirrels can use those tiny acorn Palantiri to do subspace communications. Let me make that a bit lighter. Again, a lot of this stuff is actually not going to be our bluish color. Oh, geez, Cam, you just reminded. Well, ironically enough, guess what else showed up today, Armored Wolf? Yeah, the meat crate showed up today. I mean, I was literally sitting there on the porch with the resupply of the paper towels. Let me get this a little later. I'm just going to grab me a cough drop here, too. Oh, good, I did grab some. All right. That's better. Again, some of our blue over here, not over there. That's going to be a much warmer gray on that crane. And of course, in this system here, there are going to be ships that basically are unarmed. They have no weapons. They're going to be like Gandalf, right surface tension. They'll have no arms. They will have no arms at all. No guns, no nothing, because they're repair ships, they're refinery ships. They have a whole different task. Okay, destroyer. Boy, oh boy, there's still an awful lot of the glazy stuff on there. Fine. I'll just get more thinner then. All right. Let's do this side. Just using the one Happy Choice craft brushes for now. Now we'll be looking on these things. Yeah, we gotta wait. We gotta wait a little while before we can fool around with those. And of course, again, the Earth ships, the Muskins, and there's a couple other ships. Their weapons are more turret-based, whereas Jolarin, Siri, Also, for your Alchebans, a lot of those species, the weapons there are much more. They're case-mated, they're hull-mounted, or in the case of the series ship, wing-mounted. That's again sponsons, right, Camda? Sponsons, sponsored by sponsons. That's another reason why they have the wings, because engines and other things can be mounted on the wings, and doesn't necessarily, vastly increase the arc of fire, but it does increase the rate of fire, especially anything that's pointing straight ahead. So you get yourself in front of that Siri battleship there, it might just leave a bit of a mark. I'm just throwing that out there. That might hurt a little bit. So again, here I can only do so much there because lots of the thinner still has to. Again, it's not going to dry. It is going to set though. So let me see. Right surface tension. It's sponsored by Sponson and Spotsons. This panel line break brought to you by Sponsons. Sponson and Sponsons. You'd think it would be Sponsons inside. Nope, it's just Sponson and Sponsons. Let's see if we can. I think we can start to do a little something on the midtones here on on our fleet carrier here. Now the compass rose itself, the compass rose itself is going to be bigger than this. It's kind of a unique ship. It's essentially it's a mobile starbase, so it is massive. It will be, and it's probably going to go on like a 120 mil base or something. So you'll know when you see the actual compass rose. And if you watch that video, again, surface tension, if I didn't send you the link, that link, I put that in the chat for you. So if you click on that link in the chat, you'll be able to watch the video that I was talking about. That's, again, that pretty much tells you the origin story of this universe here. Because the first historical event that I have is, I think, 2136. And then 2153 is that is the event of the second Exodus. And I believe there was another 218-ish years of history past that. Because I'm pretty sure we did get to the bicentennial of the Exodus. I remember working out the story for the 100th, the centenary anniversary of the Exodus. So you can see now we're starting to get some like little doors and such. So if you're wondering what I modeled this ship after, it was after this, right? Because look at all the fabulous garage doors. Well, you can kind of see them here, right? So again, we'll rotate this around. So your Yorktown/Enterprise, that's kind of what this was modeled after, because this is kind of an older fleet carrier here. All right. In we go here. I think, okay, so we're, oh geez. Well, we missed Cinco Uno, Camda, but we're not that far away from Cinco Dos. Again, our first stream went from we did all the Cincos to the next stream was like we did no Cincos. We just did a Stinko, I think. Yeah, Canada, we didn't do any Cinco, we just did a Stinko. Can I get me some more of this later? Fine, here, let me mix some of that in there. Get it? It's practically getting to be a dry brush here, but it's also a very tiny filbert brush. In you go. Making it a little bit more of a dry brush because, well, look at that. We got a whole bunch of wet paint there to mix in with that. Let me do this. There we go. So here it's kind of it's set enough that it can almost do some dry brushy things. So see all the see all this stuff happening here on the port side of our ship. There we go. And then later on, when all this has had a chance to set, it's time to do panel lines. You can kind of see again on the ship on the left-hand side of the screen. That is basically this ship. We will be doing panel lines. Like you said, look at this. Look at how that brings this out. We might also be coming back with some of our heavier darks too. Okay. Ooh, there we are. There we go. And now this. I'm hoping for the stream next Monday. There's a pair of hero ships that I want to do. That would be Cold Harbor and Waterloo, and they're essentially very, very old ships, just on the verge of being decommissioned. And I just there's a little bit of I would just say not synergy, but the kind of a full circle, and that they were some of the early hulls that I made way back in February, which seems like 30 years ago, right? Right, Cam? At this point, that was when I was first trying to make the modular starship parts. I mean, this is kind of what I was envisioning, but it was only going to be like one species worth of ships. Wasn't supposed to be massively different designs like what we have now, where no two fleets are really going to look anything like each other. Yeah, we'll probably get some lighter stuff up here. There will be some darks reincorporated too. We kind of start out in the middle. We did do some darker glaze type things, and now we're getting back into the lighter mid-tones. We'll look at that. That's starting to set. We could almost go back into our engines there. Whoops. Let me do that. No. With that mix, that is right about what I need there. Maybe a touch later. Touch later. What do we got? We got something that works. Yeah, that will work. There's the whole area we haven't done anything on just yet. Now for our fabulous open bay, let's get a different set of ship's lights here. More towards the yellow, like what we've been doing on our other ships for interior lights. Something like so, and then do a little bit of blending there. Nice to see you there, Stulitzer. Happy Tuesday, Stulitzer. Now, Stulitzer, I hope that the rest of the weekend treated you well. Do I want to do this? Okay, fine. I'm going to do that. Now, over there, a little bit tough to do much on here because we still got all that glazy stuff sitting down there. Let's try you again. Just work around it a little more. Now this is going to get some of our light ones again. Same there, same there. Also these bits here. Yeah, those are ultimately going to be more that warm gray. Eventually spin you around. And let that mix together. Back to the, let's retreat a little bit to this is a little bit on the lighter side. And I might have to set this aside now for a little bit and let that have a chance to set, I do think. Yeah, let's give you a chance to set here. Let me go back to, I think this is the first ship we started to mess with, the heavy cruiser. Yes, it is. And it's already, you can see it's a little bit less, some of that glazy stuff starting to set a little bit. Also can start playing around with some of the engine glows, which is more of a closer to turquoise, whereas the ship's hulls much more of a reddish blue, ultramarine type blue there. All right. Nope, not gonna mess with that. Almost like a bit of reflected light coming from underneath. I think after our Cinco dose, maybe I'll go do a little bit of medicine refresh. I want to check out those prints because I want to make sure that those I'm printing out the 3 marble plinths there so that we can film that. Basically, I just would film that, I think, tomorrow. Well, no, I'm going to do the Dark Sword. I'm going to do the Dark Sword Dragon because now that I know I'm not going to be using the molding stuff, I can just go ahead and film that bad boy. Alright, there we are. That's going to have to be a little later. Same over here. So this is our heavy cruiser. Heavy cruiser, if you're wondering again. Ship ID there. Get some of you back over here. Now our civilian ship, that fleet repair ship, that's going to get much more of, say, the warmer grays there on a lot of the exterior machinery stuff. That edge. Our bridge here. So both the Terra Force ships and the Jolarin ships have very distinct. I think you could say the Chetsak Republic or Chetsak Alliance ships too. Each of their superstructure elements are very unique. So when you think of the Jolarin ships, in many ways, this is kind of the orientation of what you're going to see is ships like this: Issei, Fuso, Congo, that sort of thing, with the almost pagoda style masts. That's very much a Jolarin type ship architecture. I think you can tell that the Terra Force ships are much more low slung. Well, I can't wait for you to see the Woden ships there, Camden. Those are super fun. They look hyper modern, and they will be mostly white. And that's I'll be again trying to make some of their ships and the Elchiban ships, because for right now those are not modular fleets. I already made, again, tons of bits. I think it was some like 8 or 9 different versions of these pods. There's 5 or 6 different engines and thrusters. There are several types of weapon and sensor arrays. Oh yeah, we never really got this light. I guess I might need a little bit of thinner. Less than 6 minutes away now, Camda. To Cinco Dos. And again, if this was the other Armada Monday, then we had some of our sailing ships or some of our World War II ships. We could say Cinco duo ships. May lighten you up a little too. Sure, let's go for it. Do I want to take this further down? Yeah, fine. Throw something a little down there. Okay. That needs a little something something. Looky here, we certainly have a death grip on the brush, right? We got 2 fingers on there, and that's it. That is all we got. Those 2 fingers, nothing else on that brush. We'll hit you again. And of course, more shout out to the bestest moderator on the Twitches. After several attempts to try and have the Mitza arrive, or the Mitza did arrive, and it was a fabulous Mitza. We know it was fabulous because it was totally approved by Chester. Oh, I think I found the Terra Verte. Yes, I did. So, is this all the ships would have to be green? Actually, there is one. Well, there's a couple of species that have green in their color, but especially the Gaia. Yeah, on some of their most frightening ships, we'll just have to use Terror Verte, surface tension, and see what happens. So again, this blue right here, more of an ultramarine blue. Not, it's very much a reddish type of blue instead of the Prussian blue, which is, by comparison, tinted towards the green. Speaking of green. Now we're starting to develop some of our edges here. That is good. Oh yeah, this needs a few more. Fine, okay, give it a little bit under there too. I think I can actually start to think about doing some more engine glow too. Because that is much more set. Oh, here, let me grab this brush here. There's our white. There is the... That's actually fluorescent blue, but it's almost more like a fluorescent manganese blue. Want a little bit more of our sky blue in there. Is nice. We got that. Where's the destroy? That's got a whole bunch of engines. Bingo. Do that again. So we're only about a minute away, Camda. Cinco dos. It means absolutely nothing. I mean, it doesn't mean anything at all. It just, we look up there and go, oh, look at that. There's a whole bunch of twos. Well, what do you know? Now we've lightened up all our stuff in the engine. And we'll be going lighter than that, too. We will go lighter than that. You know what? Let me do these little sidebars. That's got to be done again, too. So just seconds away from 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 22 seconds. Just a few minutes, a few seconds away. We count it down. We must be pretty close to just 10 seconds or so left. Yes. How about we make you... There we go. A little bit lighter there. Got our engine glows there. And there it is. Cinco dos. 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 22 seconds. Right, Camda? Cinco dos achieved. It's not always easy, right, Camda? It's not always easy. And now I was just about to look through my scenes, Camda, and I was gonna say, wait a minute, where's my new scene? The one that's not I'll be back. The new one that is all about all of our new stuff, like our starship things. But in any case, well, let's do this. Well, we'll kind of do that. We'll show our Terra Force presentation here, Camda. Let's do that. Yeah. So again, this shows you all the different core worlds in Great Union of New Terra space. We return. We got our engine glow. Maybe we even start to do, before I keep hammering away at all the light stuff, let me do some darker things plus different. Here, let's get our black going here. That's the coal black, which is like the Paul Rubens version of Mars black. So Camda, what I could do, I have sheets like that for the Jolerins, for the Syria Republic, for the Ballisteri, for the Muskins. Yeah, that way Camda could just kind of do, a little different flavor, a different flavor of ice cream each time. Now, of course, Camda, I also have like the new, Kathy Giro and Cyber Wapelius animations too. All right, that is too beat up. Let me grab this guy. There we go. So not quite doing panel lines just yet, but this fleet's going to be very interesting. Let me see if I can find it for you there, Recoil. Let me see. Oh, wait a minute. I think it's... Oh, there we go. There it is. And actually, I already have this underway, Recoil. This is another... Yeah, I actually have... I have the orthographics for that. Oh, look at this. I do it. I actually made some different squadron patches, Recoil. Oh, and of course, I think I sent you, right, Recoil, didn't I send you the Council of Oil Painters? I know I sent you that, right, Camda? Yes, the Council of Oil Painters. Now, I just did another glazy thing there, and that was a full-on pinline wash. I mean, that was like full-on pinline wash right there, cause it kind of had to be. Now, there's going to be other types too, Recoil, and of course, don't forget there's the Liberty class cargo ship that I'll be making, cause Liberty ships. Around you go. There we are. So all of a sudden, this stuff gets kind of gets lighter again by virtue of this here. More. Yeah, not quite doing panel lines yet, but starting to distinguish a couple of shapes there. And geez, I remember what did I? I guess I thought for sure I sent you the Council of Oil Painters. Definitely gonna make a sticker out of that. Yes, sir. Because that one's super fun. Now, here, let's using our liner brush the way it is meant to be used. You have a decent amount of paint in there because of the longer bristle. That's why it's got the longer bristles, so you can have more stuff in there. You're not doing this with a spotter brush because like a microsecond in, all the paint's gone or it's all just coagulated into the ferrule of the brush. That's not helpful. That ain't helpful to anybody. Ooh, there we go. There we go. Now again, this is going to be changed here. That is going to be a whole different gray, so I'm changing that around. That is going to be a much warmer gray. Much warmer gray. So Armored Wolf, what I didn't realize was that that was actually some ice cream they sent with the cookie cake there. I was thinking that was more like the cannoli. I don't want to say cannoli dip, but they had that. There was something like that in one of the last ones. So I'm thinking, oh, that's the cannoli stuff. So I had it in the refrigerator, and as I looked at it, I'm like, that doesn't quite look like the cannoli stuff. And then I tasted some. I'm like, that's ice cream. So thank goodness I realized that, Armored Wolf. I got it in the freezer, because otherwise that would be a bit melty. Nice to see you there, Lo. Happy Tuesday, all that good stuff. Happy Tuesday to you. Now we're talking. So again, all of this is going to be again more towards a much warmer gray. Is nice there. And if you can recall what our Siri warships looked like before we did all the panel lines on those. So right here, this kind of, it doesn't look like a terribly large ship. It was the same deal. Here, I'll just bring out the carrier again. This thing looked really tiny until we started to add all of these panel lines in. Once we started to add those in, and also to our little tiny lights, see our little cabin lights in there? Once we added those, everything just, it started to scale up. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting all of these socials and other stuff. Also, again, the Patreon page. I just did the latest video that just went up on the Patreon page, so hopefully that link went through to everybody. I mean, it should have. I still can't believe that in all this time, the only thing I might have done that resembled henna tattoos was like probably on a Reaper figure years and years ago. It certainly was never in any kind of a tutorial video. More of this along here. And then we're going to have to just set this off to the side. We got other ships. Other ships we're going to do this to. So the Woden ships are going to be, well, very much like the Woden themselves. They're going to have kind of some core central in like a inner engineering, but then they're also going to have essentially like an exo shell kind of a thing, and that's how your Woden ships are going to look. Well, that really changes that ship. Now we're going to do this here, because remember all the cranes and all this gear, that was supposed to be a different type of gray, so we're going to already just change this all around there. This here, change it. Change that up. No, that's not a big old laser or some kind of weapon or something. That is, that's a crane. I mean, yeah, that's super dark there. We'll be, we're gonna come back with our lighter stuff too on all these different elements. Actually, I can come back in here with some lighter blue now. in just a bit. More of that over here. Is nice. Get you up in there. So you can see there's going to be some of our cabin lights right in here. Maybe some right in there, and then also some along here. And the idea is now that when you see that a row of cabin lights, you're like, okay, that's a deck. If you see 5 rows of cabin lights or something like that, you say, okay, well, if that's 5 decks high, I have a vague idea of what 5 decks high looks like, and then you can kind of go, all right, that's given how small 5 decks looks like on this ship. I can say, well, if that's a 5-story building and it's only that big, then it must be a much larger, thing than just okay, a little 6-inch long, whatever, or 5-inch ship, or 4-inch ship, or 2-inch ship, whatever. It'll give you a more sense of size to it. Engine cowlings then it almost crept into where the glow is. I think we just did manage to avoid that getting in there. Ooh, another close call there. Come on, there we are. And again, some of these weapons up here, those are also going to change to a warmer gray. So I'm just going to hit this like so. That's going to take that away from the blue. Now over here we can actually start to do some more of that blue because that's really set now. Oh, I thought I had me some green. Let me get a little phthalo. I thought I had this out here. Well, I'm going to get me some phthalo green. Not much of it. Don't need a bunch. I think on the cabin glow, maybe for our ballisteri ships, I was thinking of maybe something more like a violet or a magenta. So we'll try to change the engine glow on different ships. Kind of indicates, well, maybe a different fuel source or something along those lines. Now, to those lighter blues, I think we can get some of those now. Ah, yeah. That would not have stuck there 15-20 minutes ago. Much better adhesion now. I'm going to go also a little more thinner too, perhaps. To the light we go. And again, this ship right here, destroyer. This particular species, race of ships or whatever, it feels like I'm painting World War II ships again. There's much more mechanical features on here as opposed to the bird brains, the Siri Republic, and that was also something I really wanted to see. Man, when you see these potentially photographed together, and I have been working on brand new photo backdrops. But when you see these guys together even, that's going to be pretty interesting. Two very different looking fleets, that's for sure. Am I zoomed in all the way? Yep, I'm zoomed in as far as I can zoom in. Just wanted to double check. This is a simple little mix, the ultramarine blue and then some of our white. That's pretty much it. Keeping it simple, keeping it safe. Yeah, we'll bring this right over the top here. I almost did that again. It's like, well, I just did change the color of that so to be a warmer gray, and I almost changed it right back to the cooler bluish gray. Now let me see again. Your Moskin ship, that's going to have almost kind of like a burnt orange, almost kind of a, no, not necessarily a weathered, rusty look to it, but definitely a more of a burnt orange type of a feel to your Moskin ships. The Alchiban ships, those are going to be pretty wild again, because we're going to be using our interference colors on those. So they should pretty much be like almost iridescent looking. That is going to be a really different looking fleet. Even if the shapes, I mean, even these ships, I painted these same ships with the interference colors. Even these would look very different. I had entertained the thought of using the regular, more metallic type stuff on the Jollerin ships. Not quite a blackened steel thing, but instead of all the ships essentially having a non-metallic metal type of a finish on them. Do we want to? Yeah, we want to get that edge there, and now let's lighten up this part right here. Yeah. So I get, if you're going to put these to more accurate scale, this whole entire ship here would maybe go to about there. Because again, that's a destroyer, that's a troop transport. This ship would maybe go out to about here-ish, something like that. They're not going to be printed at that size because, well, that was something that I learned in doing all the test ships for the Syria Republic, is they can only be so small. Fine, I'll give me a little bit more of my lighter blue in there too. Some lighter blue over there. Let me leave you alone. Let me go back to our repair ship. Because I remember seeing some of these areas that could now kind of hit with the later bluish gray after, and then we'll get a warmer gray out here too. Again, I can kind of start to do a little more dry brush type stuff now that all this paint has had more of a chance to set. Starting to do a little bit more of an top edge there too. And of course, all this stuff, all of the Syria warship streams, those are on. And there's a link there. It's the last link that Armored Wolf posted, the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Go check that out. That's where all of our past sessions go. There should be, I think, now that it's the 23rd, I think there's a new video that just went up. Okay, yeah, there we are. Yeah, those are going to be a more of a warmer gray. Not this bluish color here. And it's possible later on. Again, we're only like 2 hours 45 minutes in. Later on, we're gonna bring in the maybe a bit more of the ultramarine blue, just kind of straight up, less less of the white mix into it. Yeah, there we are. I think that's definitely starting to look like it's got all kinds of nice little pieces and parts and sections there. I'm going to be curious to see what happens. Okay, when I go into Blender and I put the pieces and parts on there, that's one thing. Are they going to be too small to print? Having the size reference is very, very helpful though, because I know now, okay, make the hull this, roughly this size, then start attaching stuff. And if it looks real tiny, if I say, okay, this is a 30 millimeter long ship or something like that, if it only takes it's some kind of really tiny weapon or something like, we better make that a little bigger. So don't be surprised if these are not the final ships. Some of them might be, who knows. If the stuff that I make in modular fashion is either very, no, not much different than these or not as good as these, well, we'll just stick with these guys. Or one or the other can just be an older version of the same kind of class of ship. I mean, geez, even by the time of Pearl Harbor, you had several different, even the old, basically dreadnought era battleships. There was four different classes of those. Then you also had the New Mexicos, the Colorados, the New Yorks, and then you had your South Carolina class, your North Dakota class, then you had the Washington class, then the Iowa class. And that was just the battleships. And I'm going to do that for all the fleets. It's maybe we have a newer class of ship or something like that as I come up with new designs. First, though, I kind of wanted to have at least something that could form a fleet of every species, and then kind of build from there. But for obvious reasons, your Terran/human species that's going to be kind of the central focus. And if you check out that video, you'll get a chance to see, okay, what's the second Exodus all about. I am also working on the video. I think after tonight, I should have enough animations to make that video. I might need one more day to make all the animations. And that will basically tell the story of the people that stayed behind. If the people aren't familiar with the story of Corsica, that's an island right next to Sardinia, which even to this day is still, it's like a murder island. You don't want to go there. It is nominally French. They don't speak French. They don't like anybody. Unless you're a Corsican, they don't like you. If you're a tourist who's just going to stay for a couple of days, okay, then you better get out. It's because of the topography, and the topography massively affects the weather. That is a really different society. It's nothing like Sardinia, and of course, they all different. The Romans, the Greeks, everybody tried to colonize that. It did not go well. I'll have to send you. There was a Geography by Jeff episode on Alaska. Oh my goodness, that's just. I figured you would get a kick out of that. Because I'm like, yeah, the people that live there. I know an outsized number of people who don't just live there, who have been there in some cases their entire lives. I mean, I've probably seen more, high school Alaska championship football or basketball than most folks down here, and volleyball, courtesy of my niece. I think 2 years now I've seen the Alaska State Basketball Championships. Oh, look at that! You can see the warmth of this. I really like it now. Now it's really starting to look like my concept images. That's basically the color scheme that I had thought of for the new Terran ships years ago. Now starting to really take form. Very exciting. So she plays well now graduated from high school, but played volleyball and basketball, and of course that was where they had seventh and eighth graders playing on the team. There were other teams that if one player fouled out, it meant they only had two people on the court. Yeah, it wasn't like, okay, we'll just go onto the bench and have the next person show. It's like, no. Uh, Even if you had the coach playing, there would still only be like one or two players out on the floor if somebody got into foul trouble. Which meant sometimes things got interesting, or they had to pull some of these teams. They were pulling like everybody within a 100-mile radius. If you have a pulse and you can play basketball, you're on the team. And that's why my niece's team was called the Tri Valley, because yeah, it wasn't like just okay, Healy or whatever. Yeah, not everybody's coming from Healy. There were people coming from many miles away, and they were on the same team. You know what? That's also got to get a warmer gray. I might change. Well, no. Here, let's just change these little constructs here, which means okay, fine. Let me try this first, and then see if we can do a glaze into those to change them. Maybe. Let me try that first. How many? Oh yeah, we got another one of these over here. I think there is. Yep, there's the other one there. And of course, this Alaska sports broadcast brought to you by the Wobbleville Sports Network. It's like the wide world of sports. Oh, also too, each each of these civs also has their own sport. Yes, the humans they play a sport called speedball, which is it's a combination of several sports. It's part football, part basketball, part soccer, and maybe two, three other things. Maybe even a little bit of rugby and wrestling thrown in there. I don't know. It's the other species referred to it as the human game. Let me see if I'm gonna have to change my focus here because we had that set for Branwen. There we are. Let's try that little focus point there. Is nice. Lighter here on again these different cranes and grappling arms. I'll put something here. Let me change that also to a warm. Yes, I like that. Okay. That we're just gonna do more and more of this, changing some things to the this warmer gray. Yeah, over here too. Down here, same thing. I mean, that's still just got some of the darker blue glaze on it. Now, I already did the other side. Okay. Fine. Now, let me go to the destroyer. The destroyer. Like we talked about, the warmer gray. I mean, lighter, yes, also warmer gray. Almost going to just do a bit of a dry brush there. That's why I almost grabbed something that would have been way too light. You know, I'm going to hit this stuff too. Let me get that and this, the warmer gray, then on the engine cowlings here. Yeah, there we are. I'm gonna do. Here we are. Then we'll have to come back with their darker stuff again too. It's gonna be a little bit of back and forth. Um, it's typical thing. Instead of doing a color test ship, we're doing color test fleet. We're like testing out all the colors here on all the ships at once. That wasn't really the wasn't necessarily how I wanted to go about it. It's just the way it's going to be. Didn't really intend on. Like, let's figure out what the colors, the scheme of this fleet should be on all the ships at once. I just had a way more solid idea on these than with the Siri Republic ships. I mean, I had there kind of a general idea, but I wasn't sure. Okay, how much towards the gold should it be? Whereas these, I mean, it was pretty obvious what the colors were going to be. That kind of almost ultramarine bluish type color. Which, of course, not trying to give you any flashbacks there, Landris. So the ultramarines you've had to paint. Yeah, you got a bunch of those lads. But again, it's got to feel pretty good to see what they look like now after all that work. Oh, geez, okay, I did the warmer gray up on the top here, not down here yet. Well, I did a sorta on that side and maybe a bit over on this side too. Bit of our warmer gray there before we come back with some. You know, I'm gonna do that. I don't think I actually did that here. Yeah, that's the brush I'm looking for. And you go there. Come on. There's that. Now down in here, I think I want this to be dark, and then we'll get these things almost not quite like cabin lights, but maybe those should be even lighter. We'll see how that rolls. See, this side we kind of already did a little bit of that on the other side. Split up some of these with some stuff that's a little bit darker here. We'll put you to the side. Now, we haven't really done any of this yet. We haven't done any of this warmer gray type stuff on our cruiser. Again, this is the heavy cruiser here. We'll just darken you up straight away here first. Again, your human ships, the weaponry may not have quite the punch or the firepower to it, but the arcs of fire are going to be significantly broader. So it's they got as much DACA from pretty much any angle, front, forward, aft, starboard, port. They're nowhere near the limitations on arc of fire. There's just going to be, again, the power of the weapons will be less. Then again, say, let's say get your same thing for your Mosca ships. Also more turreted. The Ballisteri have a different approach. They have ring ships. I mean, talk about a flying fortress. And now the Woden, they have sort of you could almost call it a porcupine ship. They also have these various, I mean, they're kind of referred to as orbital defense platforms, but they can get around. They can move. They're not just static. Yeah, that is the Synthoid species, if you recall, from that area of space called the Void. And again, the Void is it's basically a living area of space, and the Woden kind of ran afoul of that, and well, Homeworld sort of got wiped out. They, to survive, did various mechanical enhancements and stuff just to survive. Eventually, they kind of just ended up downloading consciousness into these different bolts. And people sometimes wait millennia to get one of the Synthoid bodies. Their motto is, no other species will go extinct. So that's kind of their thing, is if they see that a species is in danger through one form of whatever, they will make every effort to try and preserve / save said species, because again, they went extinct. They now fight so that others won't. It kind of makes them, I don't want to say freelancers, but kind of wild cards. You never quite know which way they're going to go. Depends on how they perceive what you're doing. They might not take too kindly if they think you're, defending yourself is one thing. Trying to basically clear out a species, they're like, no, we're not into that. And their area of space, as it turns out, is a kind of not a bad place to have a base of operations, because the species who are not familiar with that area of space, they tend to go in there and never come back out again. More of our... Yeah, that's got to be some more of our... Yeah, this too. Here, let me sneak some of this in. Essentially, yeah, look kind of like a Mars black there. I'm thinking I might now come back with some of my later blue here. Oh, also here, let me get the... Start breaking out that warmer gray again, like we did before. Over here. So instead of basically using, say, a white, we're using... Whoops, not there. We're using Naples yellow. I mean, it makes it lighter, but it also gives it a little bit of a warmer kick. Alright, yeah, like that. Oh, this too, yeah. Changing that from that blue. This might seem light. This is nowhere near our latest light. I mean, not even close. Not even close. Or just, it's kind of just the starting point of being a highlight. Okay, there we are. Now, Landris, are there any for this upcoming Thursday? Wasn't sure if it was going to be another usual movie Thursday or anything. Wasn't sure if there's something big that you're looking forward to, or is that because I mean it's summertime, unless the summertime blockbuster season is really more of a July sort of thing as opposed to June. I don't I don't have too much knowledge of all things cinema. Landress is the cinema expert. Thanks, Recoil. This is it really is. I know I've said it like 2-3 times already, but as fun as it was to see the Seri Republic ships kind of come to life, these especially are. Because the very first sketches and all that kind of stuff were of these. Let me get you there. Okay. There. I think we're going to get some of our warmer. It's simple enough. Instead of using maybe something like white to lighten things up, we use that little bit of Naples yellow. And it's not super yellow either. It is not super yellow. It's not like an Indian yellow or even a Mars yellow deep. And then, of course, well, our fabulous panel lines. As far as markings go, not so sure about markings just yet. That might be something that we wait on. I mean, we could do a very basic Terra Force insignia, maybe a numeral. We could do something like that. Did we? Oh, nope, didn't get these yet. Yep, on this side. I already did start kind of trying to lighten that up, but then also, again, make that color a little bit on the warmer side. again, it's possible that when we do the multi-piece version, and that's the other advantage of uh, trying to go into Blender and really just kind of build some ships in there just from all the pieces and parts, is that they can be resized and then just remain pieces and parts and be printed that way. Like, okay, the turrets, it might just be easier to make the turrets separate and print those separately. That would be very much like all the Coco's model ships, right? Recoil would be like printing those out all over again. I will say that printing out all of those, again, World War II era ships was a massive help for trying to support these. I'm pretty sure, Recoil, that I'll be able to get away with just, having them on the ship and printing them that way. I think we'll be able to get away with that. I just need a little drink of this here. Ah, there we are. We'll set the cruiser aside. Okay, now here, let me get the our one happy choice brush here. So yeah, Recoil. It was a whole experience with the Saturn, just in general, trying to get that thing going. I had to kind of into the stuff that we're trying to print, right, is stuff I never tried to print before. So like multiple layers of learning. It was like a learning onion there, Recoil. There was tons of layers of learning. I would imagine the new project that you got, just about to get underway here, I'll bet you there's going to be multi-layered learning there too. Not just like, okay, how do I do this? But then there's going to be well, now that I did learn how to do this, you might even be taking a different tack, right? Right, Recoil? As you experiment and stuff. Now, I still have to, I still got to look around for, I don't want to say a high-end laminator, but definitely not a cheap one. And I'm not sure there is such a thing as a not so expensive laminator. It might just be like, well, we just need to get one, and if it's going to be a little bit on the pricier side, so be it. Because, well, we already know what a kind of bargain base one's going to be like. Rico, I just can't help but think we got some train stuff going on. And the tracks get kind of weird sometimes. They get kind of windy, right, Recoil, but I think it's still train stuff. Now over here, so we're going to get this, I'm going to change that to our warmer. Okay, just realize again, this is all about the color test here. You know what? That is also going to change to a warmer gray. I mean, I know I was painting that with the blue. I don't care. I'm going to change it. It's funny, Recoil. I was just kind of hoping it's like, I hope it's not, 250 or something. Now, of course, I also will have to find out, all right, well, you got the laminator. How much is the lamination film? Just like anything else, right? With printers, how much is the ink going to be? How much of the cartridge is going to be? So here again, going with more of the warm gray on our carrier here. Wow, look at this scam, dude. Cinco Trace is just like 16, maybe 17 and something minutes away to Cinco Trace. Holy smokes, look at that. Now, again, here I can do, that's had a chance to set. That's that warmer gray. I went in and basically almost hit that with the, well, the black. And then we're also going to, again, come back with our cabin lights, too. We haven't forgotten about that. I'm just kind of waiting for things to set. That's all I'm doing. Where are we at? Here we are. I'm trying to think if that one machine that we had. I mean, it was a tiny little machine. I'm thinking that it was a cold lamination recoil because for as many sheets and stuff as he was trying to do, the thing would have caught on fire. I think if it was a warm, a hot laminator, so it might have been a cold laminator. Well, and as I found out with those sticker sheets, right? Recoil, there's a difference in brands. They are not all created equal. All right. How much lighter, warmer gray is this going to be here? Not too bad. Oh, geez, I almost forgot these. Nearly forgot this stuff out here. And again, a lot of our lights are going to go in there too. Our kind of interior slash cabin style lights. I mean, there's a reason why scale modelers rely on. That's why they put all the LEDs and stuff inside the ships, because those little teensy lights, that just, man, it makes that little tiny, maybe foot and a half long model or whatever, look just that much bigger. It's, as we like to call it, an optical delusion. I think you can see the warmer gray starting to work its way in here. Let me hit, let's get that. Well, that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me at all, recoil. That makes a ton of sense. And actually, he might have gotten those. He might have actually been using those recoil. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm going to extend the warmer gray to over here. I'm going to extend that over to here. Also that. So for for Terra Force, I created, was it 4 different bridges? I know I got 3 different bridges. There's effectively kind of a carrier type bridge. Then there's sort of a cargo slash civilian ship type bridge array, again for the superstructure. And then there's a kind of a carrier operations type of bridge. So both the Jolerans, the Chetzok, and also your Terra Force ships, I mean, they won't look radically different, but there is a difference. You'll be able to tell when you look, especially if you're in Blender, looking at putting the ships together. You will notice that the carrier bridge is very different because, well, it's doing carrier operations. It's not so much the battleship one or battleship battle cruiser style superstructure. Well, it's heavily armored, much like any battleship, conning towers and rangefinder rooms and stuff. That was all much more heavily armored. Yeah, that warmer gray really starting to show up there. And again, I don't think we're even 3 hours. Well, no, we're almost at 3 hours 33. Never mind. I was gonna say Really was meaning to say I don't think we're close to 4 hours yet. Thank goodness we're not. We'll get that lighter stuff in there. Well, at least recoil. We know what the answer is as far as what vittles are. When, of course, that meat crate showed up recoil. So I just have some of the simpler things, I think, that I can try and chuck into either the air fryer or the oven. Oh, geez, I almost forgot this side. There we go. Lighten you up some more, too. See what's happening down in here. A couple little shapes there. Let me get this. I don't really need this pencil anymore. That was again. That was for this, and we finished this and put this up on the Patreon page. I'd never done henna tattoos before, and it was kind of wild recoil because I did the thing where I draw it out and then I paint it to scale, but I only did the left arm, or no, it was the right arm. So when I went to do the other arm, I was it was kind of okay. Well, what do I do here? Because I was so familiar. I had basically painted the right arm 3 times, and I hadn't painted the left arm at all. Oh, that's right, Squeaky. Squeaky getting this. Yeah, Squeaky is very, very particular about what vittles are happening for Squeak. Squeak is quite particular. Not just any old vittles for Squeak, right? Now, of course, for Cam defeating the angry Orklings there, Hobbit legs might just not be enough. Now, again, if that Hobbit happens to come from an area where there's a bit more livestock, and they're eating the Hobbit legs, would that be called more like buffalo wings or something? Or if they're New York Hobbits or something like that, are they called buffalo wings? Bring this up here. Okay. This lighter gray up there. Again, warmer gray. That. And here. Let me maybe go back to my lighter blue here. I'm just gonna get. Might even. Nah, I won't throw you with it. Let me get this out here, maybe 2. So that's the bright blue. Because I think that still has a little hint. Let me see what it's got in there. 29. Is that the cobalt blue? Or is that the ultramarine? That's the ultramarine. Okay. That's what I need. It's basically radiant ultramarine. Okay. That is what I needed to see. I'm going to chuck a little bit thinner in some of these things here just to keep those alive. I'll touch the ultramarine there. Again, just going to throw some thinner on that to start breaking this down. To the light we go, and also to some of the shapes we go. Blending brush for that. Not too much thinner. Now, hopefully, yeah. Look at this. That's what that's gonna do. Is really start to bring out some of our shapes here. Still not white. It is light. I agree, but it's not white, and not even close. It's still like only a might even be just a value 3. Blending brush. Yeah, that was a little too dark. Even gotta do the same deal on the other side. Okay, fine. We'll do that. Not there. Try that again here. Get that all reorganized. Yes. To the edges we go. This, of course, is something we'll have to do on our other 3 ships. Those start to look even more like cutouts there. And again, this is where some of your more vertical takeoff type ship. I mean, ships have thrusters, right? Do they always have to be launched like out the front of a ship or out the back of a ship? So that's kind of what these are. These kind of these slide out, and some of again like your Triton class. I mean, which ships really need to be launched with catapults? I mean, Harrier jump jets have been taken off of carriers for decades. Those kind of go vertical. Now, geez, and also those other things that I think they call them helicopters. So again, that's what these elements are here. This is, for all intents and purposes, they're lunch bays. That's where you lunch stuff. And what's interesting, Rico, is that the old friend of mine from the 90s, from right around this exact same time, and I still have some of his Starship publications, just like the one that I made. And he made a bunch of those too, and of course he's remaking a lot of his old designs from 30 years ago. Because, well, he saw what I was doing, and he wanted to do that for his stuff, because he loved doing that years and years and years ago. So it's really wild for both of us, again, to kind of be reclaiming stuff that kind of had been lost for a long time. I think this will be a satisfactory blend. Yes, it is. See that nice little blend right there. Gotta have those lunch bays, right, Camden? Yes, the problem is if too many of the lunch bays are serving broccoli and mini wheats and chocolate-covered raisins all at the same time, that could lead to a few ship-wide issues. Here, let me get a little bit of light on this now. Also more on that end. Here we go again, a little bit of highlight on that port. A little something, something. A little bit of light. And again, we have some more lunch bays down here. There are ventral and dorsal lunch bays. It's possible, Camda, just because, I mean, crazy thought. Are we so used to seeing sky blue? I mean, really, especially if you spent any kind of time outdoors. I mean, you can see red at sunset and sunrise, but that's not going to be very long. So yeah, if you're outdoors at any length of time, essentially blue is going to be kind of the color you see. So maybe it's just your eye is attuned to it. That might be the psychology of color. There you go. It's the is that going to be the opening discussion topic for the Council of Oil Painters? This is the psychology of color. How do people react to said colors, and why? Which, while we're putting that somewhat facetiously, that's got to be a thing. I could imagine again people react to colors different ways. Also, too, I think Camda, because it can be more a violet, it can be almost green. It might just be that again it can maybe fall on that the ultraviolet spectrum as opposed to the infrared. Come on, there we are. Again, now with these edges, this is starting to play. And of course, man, once we get our panel lines on here. Oh, geez, we just Cinco Trace cammed. Sorry about that. I distracted you right around Cinco Trace. I mean, one Cinco is better than none, but sorry, I distracted you from Cinco Trace there. Oh, gee whiz. Okay, we did this on the other side. Let me do that. Whoops. Get on down there. All right, that's a little straighter now. Yes. Down. So Walt Lou, of course, we do. All right, we do those. We do our bas reliefs. We also do our busts here. So again, bas reliefs, busts. Also, you've seen the terrain, right, Lubo? And well, I guess we might even have to paint some of our starship type stuff. Let me see if we can find a little bit of our terrain down here. Where are we at here with this? Nope, that's not it. Again, there's a terrain piece there. Oh no, that's our Corsairs. Oh yeah, there's our dauntless there, and let me get down here somewhere. There's some terrain here. Oh, there we go. There's our terrain. Yes, indeed. Look at that. And we did 6 of those on stream there, Lo. Yeah, we did 6 of those. 6 of them on stream. We've also done sculpting on stream, as in like grabbing green stuff or more particularly epoxy sculpt, and actually doing that sort of sculpting. So the miniatures, just one teensy tiny portion. So Lou, obviously, this coming Thursday, is going to be another flat Thursday. And I do believe, as much as I would love to paint more of our Syria Republic stuff, I think we're gonna stick with stuff from our Terra Force universe. So we might either be painting a Procyon landscape, or Procyon, sorry. Thanks, Lou. Oh geez, you saw the one that we did for our. Here we go. I think you've seen some of the Lord of the Rings ones, right? Oh, that's upside down. Landscapes of Middle Earth. That's what we always called it, right, Camda? Landscapes of Middle Earth. And of course, well, then there was the flats too. There was the bas reliefs. There's the flats. No, too late. Let me try. There we go. Yeah, I was too late before. So again, we're working on 4 ships simultaneously. We're about 3 hours, 37 minutes in. I'm sneaking in a little bit more of our blue. That was getting a little bit too grayish. And here I'm actually going to sneak the cooler blue back in. Now let me see what we can do up here on the bridge, up on the superstructure here. So Lou, I think I've showed you the art stuff in the past, right? You've seen that the 2D art, the pastels, the watercolors, all that stuff. And I spent many years doing 2D art. I believe you could say that it's only in the last few years that the miniature stuff has like equalized the time that I spent painting 2D stuff. Yeah, I'd say now you'd probably got more time painting miniatures than doing the 2D. Although now we're back to the 2D art again, right, Candace? So it almost you have to say I think the last 3-4 years don't really count. Lou, I've been super lucky. I know I was telling this to Recoil. Lou, now like with the ships and stuff, even this can be going back to and all the astronomy stuff. So think both of those things, the astronomy and also the ships. My brother, he gave me gigantic books on ships and astronomy. We're talking about books that were 6, 7, 800 pages long. These were not children's books. These were very much for grown-ups. And I mean, I was getting these again at 6, 7 years old. And well, those had definitely quite the inspirational impact there, Lo. And that's why these are so fascinating because, again, when I was 8, 9, 10 years old, I used to make ships around about this size, maybe a little bit smaller, maybe 10% smaller out of modeling clay because that's all I had. And now here we are all these years later, right, Lo? And again, that's just because somebody was, I don't know, foresight or whatever you want to call it. Again, they were kind of thinking that no, 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 it's not going to be a children's book. It's going to be the real deal here. And I, you kind of think, well, that's how everybody grew up. I mean, doesn't everybody, when they're 5, 6, 7 years old, get a 700-page book on the history of ships from dugout canoes to nuclear-powered ships? Apparently not. Yeah, apparently not everybody does that, much to my surprise. And it is interesting how all these years later, it's sort of it manifests itself in it. Now here, let's get the shinies away. You can kind of see what we're doing here. So very, very fortunate that folks kind of had that foresight to think, you know what? Here, let's get him this at a very young age, and I recommend to other people. Obviously, you want to do kid stuff with the kids, and it's a hard way to phrase it because this was something that we kind of did with the Boy Scouts. Sometimes you almost have to kind of, I don't want to say treat them like adults, but say, okay, you wanna be all that. You think you know as much as the adults here. Well, here, fine. Here's a book with adult level information. Go master this. Yeah, Rico. I mean, it's a huge impact, right? Yeah, I can remember there was another, it was a National Geographic thing, and it had this. It was a paperback thing, but it was giant, and it actually had like one of these flexible records, and it actually had the sounds of space from the Voyager spacecraft, which was like very much brand new. Ooh, look at that! Kind of smooth all that out there. So again, for parents out there, sometimes, again, I know they want to get them the kid stuff, but sometimes you say, well, here, you know what? Here is something maybe it's a little bit above your pay grade. Let's see what you can do with it. Ooh, here we go. There, that's gonna be nice. Not just a little nice edge there, but that also again has our blue in it. Yeah, the last time I painted ships blue like this was never. So this is going to be very fun. Oh, there we are. So now less of the gray, and now our warm gray looks that much warmer. Why? Because of all this cooler stuff. I remember, geez, I think I was probably 15 or 16. He gave me a book on the art of Giotto. And then even in high school, it was okay. You're not just going to read a little Shakespeare. You're going to write a scene for a Shakespeare play in Old English and iambic pentameter. You also have to do all the stage direction, the lighting, and everything, and then you have to explain why that scene is needed. I'm not so sure stuff like that happens these days. Do I want to... Maybe, let me try to go a little bit later on edges. Let's go a little later here. Some of these edges. Now, of course, unlike our Siri Republic ships, the panel lines on these definitely going to be more towards that rectilinear style. No doubt about it. That needs to be lighter. And then we'll retreat a little bit to this. Oh, because we did this on the other side. All right, that's fine. That is fine. I will take that here. A little darker with that. Little darker still. Oh, there we go. I gotta break that down. This is the Alkid, so it's a little chunky now. It's been sitting out there, getting close to getting on 4 hours. So let me hit this side now. Let me do a little changeola on this as well. So I'm actually gonna go back to the blue over here and take it off of the warm gray. There was like too much of the warm gray all in the same place. So we're changing it back. And now that automatically has a little more impact because we took that away. I know it sounds kind of crazy. Let me take some of this. That's the Hansa yellow. Working, and again, some of our little details over here on the starboard side and on the port side. Oh, that would have been too much of the darker mid-tone version of this. Yeah, that didn't quite go as desired. Oh, well, look at that. We're just going to wipe it away. And it's gone. And all good. Starting it again. You know what? I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to change this back to our blue again. Because it just makes more sense. Fine. We'll do that. Yep, doing that makes, again, that warmer gray stand out all that much more. Then we'll take this blue in there. Right. Maybe a touch of it up there. Again, back to that Hansa yellow here. To find a few lighter edges along here. Weapon mount there. Yep, a little bit overlay that way. Oh yeah, we haven't done anything here. It's hopefully gonna try and get some of our cabin lights in there too. Hopefully get some in there. Almost forgot these. Get this one too, so not the blue. To the warmer gray we go. in here too. And there. Now here. More lunch bays. More lunch bays, more better. Push this all along here. Let's get some of our lighter, warmer grays back here. And I think after I do this, I'm going to get to the cruiser. Because it's we need to start giving this a little time to set here. We've been working on this for at least 45 minutes, possibly an hour. So we don't want to just keep piling paint on here. Less is more. More is way too much. Edge, 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 more edge. More edge. Not quite like that. We had a whole bunch of nothing right here. Let me. There we are. The other side was fine. Didn't have anything down there. Oh, and now we're good to go. Good to rock and roll. More stuff here again, and I might do this. It's actually got a little bit of violet in there. I might. Well, there you go. We're gonna. It's mood lighting. We're gonna go with violet instead of say a. Yeah, because we already did that with the Siri Republic. I might go with more of a violet color for interior lights or whatever. Let me see what happens over here. Cabin lights. Here, back to it here. We have to break those up too. They can't just be one long continuous line. That's just the fluorescent magenta mixed with some of the white, I think. Yeah, that's all it is. And of course, all of this wet into wet. Another line of them there, and one more line down here. Bridge lights. These lights. Right there. And that doesn't. That's not right. Try that again. Okay. Down in here now. Some of this on these Again, the side elements over here, that needs to, okay, that's it's a little more beat up because that is where we had some of our supports there. So that's a little bit rougher than the other side for doing this. Bingo. We'll do that. Lighter edge here. And by the way, we're still going later with some of these edges here. We're kind of getting towards, again, it's kind of a light mid-tone there. We're still going to go later. And I might still use some of our dark as a final edge on there. But let me, let's wander on over to the cruiser. Do the same thing we were doing on the carrier. It'd be a little back and forth with some of the the straight up ultramarine, and then with these lights here. I think we're able to get a little bit more of this level of light in place than we were on the carrier in the beginning. So again, this bridge that you're seeing here, this is kind of the more heavily armored bridge. And that's one of the, again, I think it was 4 different ones. It might have been 5 different, essentially kind of bridge / conning tower type things. And as a heavy cruiser, obviously, much more armored, whereas a carrier, you want it to be maybe a little bit more open so you can actually see what is going on. Right, so you can run those launch operations or lunch operations, as the case might be. Lighter blues again. All the way up there. That's better. And there. We'll do that too. That. I think, no, I didn't really do the lighter edge on that just yet. Fine, I'm gonna throw that lighter blue on there. Make this just a touch lighter, and of course even the panel lines too, that's gonna make a big difference on some of this stuff. As far as oh yeah, is this a capital ship of the line type, or is it one of your smaller ships? And based on how the panel lines look, that is an easy way to tell. Or those deck lights or the interior lights, you say, well, okay, that one has like 10 decks worth of lights. That one's got like 2. And it kind of allows you to scale the ship up or down as the case might be. We'll do you here. Nice. Touch darker blue there too. Now you can see that that's why we didn't do a whole bunch here, because I'm basically sticking my hands in those. But look at how not shiny this is. Remember how shiny that stuff was when we first were working? And that's just a thing that you gotta kind of get used to with the oils, is they'll have a little bit of shine to them. So hit recoil. I was again talking to somebody that he was at the academy with me way back in the day, and well, he makes his living by painting large figures and resin, busts and all that kind of stuff. He's been doing it with the oil paints for 22 years, something like that. Yeah, Cam, 22 years worth of doing that. And when I told him about yesterday, he he got really well. He got actually very mad. He didn't even see or hear what happened, and he was mighty. He was getting cantankerous about it. That's for sure. He was getting a mite bit cantankerous. Yeah, Cam. When I think about the different Battlefleet Gothic ships that we've done, mm, even the even the ones in the tutorial series, those weren't like this. I hate to even use the term boxy, but I don't think we've really done. And the orc ships were just kind of all over the place, right? What's interesting is your Charon's Reach pirates. Well, they don't call themselves pirates, but the Charon's Reach raiders. Their ships they're a little bit more hodgepodge. Not quite so elegant, that's for sure. But they have a whole lot of tech on them, and you don't underestimate those. Now again, we're gonna get some more of our cabin lights under this here. Light there. There we go. Let me tighten up the edge there. Same over here. That's a little too dark. We lighten up this here surface a bit more. That down there got a little too dark, so we're gonna lighten that up by contrast. Now, okay, let's. Now I'm gonna get my thinner back on a couple of these things here just to make sure they don't get all nasty. Not all nasty. Just breaking this down. Yeah, not quite like the highlight version of panel lines, but just again some kind of edges here will be super handy. So these things right here, again, I've got at least, I think initially I did something around 11 or 12 of these different kind of pods that you put along the lateral sides of the ship. I think the initial concept was for maybe almost either 13 or 14 of them or whatever, and I think it ended up down to maybe 9 or 10. At a certain point, they started to. I had to start thinking, okay, they look different at this massive scale because I'm seeing more like the sketch, the drawing, whatever. But I had to also think, okay, when they are only potentially these bridges or whatever, or these bits here that are only 6 or 7 millimeters long or high at most, will they still be recognizable at that size? And there was a couple of times where I'm like, okay, yeah, seeing them at this giant size relative, they will look exactly like what I think they are. But when you shrink them down, it's like, okay, what is that? What kind of piece is that supposed to be? What kind of part is that supposed to be? Sharper edges again. Sharper edges. So let's contrast that to our carrier. Ooh, that's a little. That's getting. That was pretty darn heavy of a line there. That was a very heavy line. Of course, recoil. I just realized there's another thing that we could have playing while we're not streaming. There's a certain country singer who's very popular in New Terra and also among the Moscan. Yeah, we just have that crazy album playing over and over again. That thing. Even now, when I hear the songs, I still laugh when I hear the songs. It is that level of hilarious and ridiculous. Now, I already did these over here. Somehow I didn't do it on the other side. Okay, fine, whatever. And by the way, what I'm putting on here is most definitely not weight. It's not. No, not even fast mat weight. It's just that really bright blue. It's essentially ultramarine blue mixed with white. Let me try. Oh, I liked what we did on that. So I'm thinking if we can do that on this side. Yeah. All right. So wish me luck tomorrow there at Camden when I try to do the thing with the 405 light, and I'll take that. We've seen that flexible mat before. I'll just try to put some undulations in it or something like that. We'll just use that and see if that is good enough instead of having to get the molding compound too. And breaking this down a little bit more. So that we can, let me do this top area here. Couple more, yeah, a little more edges and lights here. Separate these. Oh yeah, oh, bunch of edges here. We got to get the lighter grays in on the sides of the ship here. Back to it on this side. Is nice. Okay, like what we're doing on the other. That's too much. I have you Take some of it away there and just spread that out over here. Now we're talking. Another little edge right there, another edge over here. Sharpen that up too. Thought I'd already done this on this side. So this is our bluish color, then we'll get back to our later warmer gray again. And there we are. We got these vents right here. Come on, that's better. Might have to, in a second here, say, okay, enough of this, and grab our really light, warmer gray. Yeah, we'll do this, a couple more little hits here of this, and then we got to get that warmer gray. Gotta get that out here, too. See how this stuff looks in comparison to that. Is basically what that is. Just the that's that yellow, Naples yellow, which also has Terra Rosa in it. Gotta have your Terra Rosa. Got those now. A little extra of a line back there, and now these weapons right here. Let's see what we can do with those on these little teeny turrets here. More there. And of course, you can get like that. You can get the yellow and the magenta, kind of showing off they're contrasting with the ship color a little bit. Lighter. There. Now let's get some of this stuff up here towards the bow. I will take a little bit of this because I don't think it needs to be super light just yet. Let's try this mid-range. Mid-range up in here. There. Now some of our stuff up forward here. Now that very large, for all intents and purposes, starbase ship, the Compass Rose, that's going to have a boatload of turrets on it. So let's think of it, the Compass Rose, I guess you could say it's more like a Battlestar type of thing. It does many different roles. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page where we just posted the latest tutorial. It was part 2 of a 2-part series. It was about translucent cloth, henna tattoos. It was also part of our Celtic Goddess series. Oh, and also too, all these files that I've been working on, trying to create, eventually those will be made available to the folks on the Patreon page first before anybody else. I mean, part of it's as a thank you, but more practically, I'm doing I'm doing the lessons based on these scopes because that way you don't have to go and buy a separate file somewhere else just to do a tutorial. You're like, okay, I have the file, now I can do this tutorial. Don't have to go to my mini factory, Codes 3D, whatever to buy that. Okay, that's better. There we are. Did I have one of the? Yep, I do have one of these over here too. Let me go even lighter. There and there. Okay. What I might do, let's see, we don't have. Well, oh geez, now we're 4 hours in. I can most certainly grab some fast matte white. Yes, indeed, I'm going to do that. Let's grab some fast matte white. You're going to go down there. Steal some of that and bring that over here. That should be, anyway. Yeah, it's going to be significantly lighter. That's good for some of this stuff. Like right here. Yeah. There we go. We lighten you up. Lighten you up a little more. These guys here. Whoops. It's a big old clump of paint. We're going to get rid of that. That would not be handy. Oh, much better. More edges. Here. That one. We got a bunch more down here to do. Oh yeah, these guys don't have anything on them. Okay. Drop this along here. Bingo. No, 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 let's do this. Turn it around, and now we'll do this. Lighter edges in the top of well, that was down a little bit. That's a little thicker than we wanted it to be. That's okay. We will come back with our dorks and we'll just sort of cut that away when we're doing our panel lines. To the crazy magenta violet we go here. Get maybe some lights in there. We'll do that over on this side. Too thick. Extend that baby down. Oh geez, yeah. Yeah, these are all alkids, so if they just kind of sit around in there, they're going to get a little gummy. So we have to kind of freshen those up. Some of our white, some of that blue. More of our along these surfaces here. Mostly the ones that are kind of higher up on the ship too. If every single edge is equally highlighted, that will be problematic. See you later there, Inganes. Inganes, do the thing. Share your link there so that everybody can do the follow thing for Inganes. Inganes also paints with the oils. So go check out the Instagram link that Ngana is just about to post here. Fine, we'll make you a little later as well. I'm gonna take that. It was just a little too thick. Now we're starting to get our little boxes and squares and other things settled in here. I'm gonna do a couple more of these highlights or whatever up here, and then we've got to, I think, move on. Maybe we either do the destroyer or the repair ship. Wow, look at this, Cam. We're just 22 minutes away from a Cinco Quattro. We're rapidly approaching Cinco Quattro. Alright, let me move away from the cruiser. Also drop it there. And let me... let's do a little something on the fleet repair ship. I'm gonna... Oh, there we are. I was like, wait a minute, I thought I already had something for this. Wow, even that 10 minutes sitting there is... It's already gotten a little bit less thin just by sitting there. Down we go, and this is a decent amount of light in there, but we can actually go a little later. Yeah, like that. Too much. Nice. So recoil, it kind of depends on the success of the fish and chips, their recoil. That would be the Alchebans. If the Alchebans, those work out well, that the test prints and everything, that would be the direction we go. It's going to be either that. As far as photography goes, the best fleet to be doing would be the Jolerans. But that's another fleet that I'm trying to do modular stuff for that recoil, and that obviously it's going to take longer because that means doing a whole bunch of stuff in Blender. Whereas the Alchebans, that's going to be more the way the Seri Republic was done. That's why I'm thinking they're most likely going to be the next one, because I would actually have the ships all printed out and everything. Yeah, I kind of need the Joleran fleet, but something tells me that the Alcheban would be the next fleet. Also, too, like I was saying, that is going to be that's going to be done with all of the interference colors, which would make for some real interesting painting. Now, of course, the one downside to all the interference colors, right, Rico, is that it's kind of hard to film because, well, it's shiny and it's bouncing that shiny back up at the camera, and that can make it a little difficult. Oh, sorry, Camden. I'm telling you, I did not see that. Well, remember, Camden, I've said many times that we were never asked to use metallic paints on all the commission stuff that we did. We were never asked to. I believe I was. Maybe Kathy was, but I was never asked to use metallics. I was specifically requested not to because of photography, because it is a nightmare to photograph metallic paints. Let's see. I think the last major thing I remember doing with the metallic paints was remember the Necron thing there, Camden? And there were some contortions that I had to do to try and point it away from being all reflective. Like all you would see is just white because it was just bouncing right off of there. You know what? I need to get me a little bit more thinner in there just to, yeah, thin that down a bit. So I think we're just 18 minutes away now, Camda, from, again, a fabulous Cinco Quattro. Where we're doing, these streams keep going longer and longer, right, Camda? We're getting a lot of Cincos. Lighten up some of this here. Again, this is our fleet repair vessel. Didn't get a chance to also prep where's that refinery ship? So again, that's the refinery ship there. You can see the bridges all the way up here. Let me take our blue here. It's been a little while since we were doing this. Let me can take that, break this down a little bit, and now there we are. That way. Yeah, we got to get those cabin lights in there. Can't forget those. Some of our blue over on the sides here. Now on these tech portions here, let me see if we can't break that down, maybe a little later. We had a whole bunch of stuff. It's almost like engineering tools on the top deck of a tank or whatever. Tons of stuff here. Lots of little guys. What's funny, Cam, is that I had no way to know how this stuff printed out. Because one of the annoying things about, what's that called? I think it's just called 3D Builder. You know, the Windows version where you can kind of bring up your files and then do the repair thing on them, right, to get rid of the non-manifold edges. Everything in there, whether it could be a box, and it looks like it's all pockmarked and it's all weird and rounded and stuff. And I wasn't sure there's going to be any square edges on these. You know, with the series ships, well, they're organic, right? They're not really square like this, so I wasn't really worried about edges on those. These, I was like, is it going to look like a box or is it going to look like a piece of tissue paper? But as I paint this now, there's a whole lot of these linear details, which is that's very exciting because I was very concerned about, genuinely thinking like, I'm not so sure we're going to see that. Thank goodness it has worked out as I wanted. So excited about that as well. Now the one thing, Cam, when you put the figure or in this case the ship on one of those rotating carousels, that's where things like the interference, especially the interference colors, because now it's kind of moving, and that's the other problem with interference colors and static photos. It's not going to look at all like interference colors because the part of it is the motion. And that's another kind of weird, crazy thing, right? About again trying to photograph these or get videos of them. All right, come on, sharper line. I think we kind of got it there. Push that forward. Now back here. Yeah, what I'm putting on here is it's not the lightest of our blue there. I mean, it's in the neighborhood of lightest blue. Just not that yet. I'm also hoping, Recoil, that all the different slides that I'm posting there, the animation that I did, all the stuff I did for the Siri Republic, it's a quick way for people to get caught up on what all this stuff is supposed to be. Because, yes, I can explain it just talking, but I'm hoping that 1 minute, I think it's like 1 minute and 7 seconds or something. That's how all of those slides together combined are like 1 minute, 7 seconds. And I'm kind of hoping that the 1 minute, 7 second presentation for clarification is worth it for folks. So yeah, Cam, I have sheets like that. What you saw there. Okay, so let's use the Ballisteri for example. Those vault worlds that I talked about. I have sheets on I think 6 different ones of those. Again, I've got their art, their philosophy, their culture. With the Jolerins, I think I have 6 pages worth of the Unity theaters, different types, or different constructions, different theaters around Jolerin space. Nice there. Might go a little bit lighter with this super light blue here. Along a couple of these edges here, yeah. And then I want to maybe even right at this point. Let me do that before I forget. Before we forget, let's take this. I'll touch more of that white there. I'll touch more. Do the interior lights. And by just doing a couple of them, what does that do? If you're like, okay, there's only 2 decks worth of these lights, well, this ship is nowhere near as big as, an area like this has 5 rows. You're like, okay, 2 decks versus 5 decks, that should be about this tall. Oh, it's a kind of an interesting detail. Actually, I might send some of my friend's stuff to you there, Camden. But he likes to put things like recognizable objects. So he'll have a ship like this, and then he'll have like a Mack truck. He'll have a pickup truck, and he'll have a 747 next to it. And the whole idea is that those objects, which are very familiar to you, that gives you a sense of scale. So he is, you might almost say it's a bit of an obsession for him. He is absolutely obsessed with having those scale markers like that. We do it with fabulous panel lines, right? I mean, he does lots of panel lines too. But we rely on our beloved panel lines a little more, I think. Okay, let me get some darker stuff here. I will take our... that is, again, mostly indigo. Fine, I'm going to get me just a little bit of the ultramarine in there too. Because, yeah, I could have tried to make that... Yeah, I almost said I could make it as light as possible till I'm blue in the face, but, you know, do we want that level of punnage there, Camden? That would be a harmful level of punnage. Here, back to this now. Get you filled in, and then also some of these. In a second here, I think I really do need to make sure I get to that destroyer. Because I don't think that's really gotten any of this kind of stuff. The carrier has gotten at least a kind of a starting portion of this. Yeah, there's been... Well, here, look at... It's almost like a Saturday challenge, but with ships, Gamda. So again, you can see the difference of our lights there. Oh, a big old difference. No. Let me refresh you. That on the underside there, a little bit over here, and now these things here. Let me get that side, that side. Fill in both of those. How are we getting? Okay, we'll do that now. Do we do some darkers? No, let's get the later stuff first. Let's do the thing we know we have to do. Lighter, warmer grays first. Where are we at with it? No, that's I almost went too late, too fast there. So I think we just got about 5 minutes there, Camden, for another Cinco Quattro. Just 5 minutes to go. And now a little less. No, I might tone that back down again, depending. We'll see. Here we are. Look at that now. And let's go back to it. Not quite so late for this portion. Yeah. And now this too. We'll have to do, now that if we have these 4 ships painted, just like we did that animation with the 3 ships, we'll have to have these, like you were talking about earlier, Camden. We have them hanging out around the Beltane Fleet Yards, or Beltane Shipyards there. And that's actually another, well, that B'Elanna 5, that's another kind of a major historical event in the timeline, where at a certain point, with the Syria Republic and the Great Union in hostilities, the Great Union is led to believe, almost kind of like, Point de Calais versus Normandy, that the attack is going to happen at the Beltane Fleet Yards, and instead it happens at B'Elanna 5, the industrial world. And essentially all that's there is basically a couple of ships not much larger than this. It's a different, again, older ships, the old hammerhead style ships, the older main hulls. And they essentially kind of do like a USS Johnston there, the destroyer that fought like a battleship. And the Syria Republic is convinced that well, they also have a timeline, because they only got so much time before, Terra Force kind of realized, like, they're coming from the wrong direction. So Velfira, if you look at the videos, that's the engine glow that they have, but it's a different temperature. You can see that's more of a green, and that's more of a reddish blue. So that's kind of an. Actually, these are also going to get lighter too. So yeah, that's a greenish blue. That is a reddish blue right there, not a radish. So that's very much intentional. Let me get these a little later. Now let's get our cabin stuff happening here. Little bit lighter green. Now, Valkyria, does the medicine still have that same? What was it? Oh yeah, not the Nyquil stuff. What was the? Oh, the Alka-Seltzer plus cold medicine, right, Valkyria? The instant knockout drug. You take the Alka-Seltzer plus cold medicine, and you are. I mean, it's like getting hit with like one of those elephant strength tranquilizer darts or something. Oh, and Valkyria, think of how many times that Gandalf figure, that old metal Gandalf figure that I painted years ago, has been handled. Like every time somebody does a follow, right, out comes that Gandalf. And I didn't get the time to, but not only have we handled him several times every stream for 6 years, but because of where the cup, I'll take a picture of where the cup holder is there, Valkyria. He has fallen, he's basically gone for a swim 4 different times. He has taken, I know he's taken a dive into hot chocolate, rum and coke twice, and oh yeah, Monster Energy drink. That's the most recent dive that he's taken. It's like he's trying to swim all the way back to Middle Earth, right, Valkyria? And the only thing that I've had to repaint on it, I basically just wash him off. I've had to repaint this base about 7 times. Which part of this is painted in acrylics? Maybe the part that we've had to repaint 7 times. Fancy that. Funny how that works. I thought you might get a little kick out of that too, Valkyria. I'm just practicing for the next one, Valkyria. Which actually might not be till August. Because if I'm going to the Adepticon thing, I do believe that is the same, that would probably be that same weekend. There it is, Cinco Cuatro. Nothing like a little Cinco Quattro there, Camda. So thanks for getting that, Camda, like always. Still, I still am trying to figure out exactly when that started, Camda. It wasn't that long ago, right? And by not long ago, I mean it was really only weeks ago, I think. Unless I don't think it really does. It even go back into May? Of course, it's shocking to think that June is well, it's June 23rd now. We ain't got a whole bunch left of June. That is definitely a scary thing to ponder there. More little. So instead of cabin lights, right now we just have these. Yeah, they're a little bit larger maybe than some other open window things. So let's get some dark stuff here. Let's do this dark stuff. Create some more fun little edges and such. There we are. So Camden, I'm gonna try to see if I can't make some almost like the hype train Camden. Uh, maybe something Lord of the Rings related for our different Cincos. Something with 5 hobbits, something with 5 orcs, doing a dance or something. I don't know. Something hilarious to celebrate our Cincos. Because people wouldn't be confused at all, right, Valfira? Did I? No, that. Okay, I was thinking that was. Well, we could still put a panel line for that. I'm just going to leave it like this. That gets separated. This needs more separation. That needs a little more separation. This does too. Maybe that. After we do this darker stuff, then we're going to try and get our really, really, really light blue stuff in here too. And then we got to go to the carrier because that's the one that doesn't really have our light blue on it. And then we would try and do some panel lineage. Well, we'll start with the carrier with the panel lineage. Because more panel lines, more better, right, Camda? I'm gonna get that. There we are. Square that off. Ooh, yeah, this one definitely needs it here. Another. Hey, we're almost kind of starting to put in some panel lines here. Let the panel lines begin. Okay, now let's get the lighter blue stuff in here. Much lighter blue, not with that. Not with our warm-ish grayish black. Let's get rid of that stuff. A little touch of the ultra marine. Actually, remembering to keep dropping some thinner on our paint colors. Actually, that's been kind of helpful. I'm gonna try this first. Yeah, we kind of zonked some of that. Now I can go later with that. Yeah, I had to restore that now to the later. So okay, now we can do this. It's like, where in the world was all of my light stuff? There, we kind of just took it all away. Then we brought it back. Now on these right here, that needs to be later. So do you. Top edge. A little bit of that line. Now this top edge here too, but more of a shape, not so much a line. This needs, yeah, that needs a whole bunch more clarification here. Let's do this. We could still, even though it's a little lighter than this, as light as this seems, that's not weight. Actually, you know what? I should, Valfira, this might be hilarious. I'll have to see if I can. We need to make a GIF of the autocorrect monster there, Valfira, so that when we're just sending messages back and forth, not stream message, but just regular old messages, and if the autocorrect monster strikes, then we have a GIF of the autocorrect monster. I don't know how you do those. If do they get stored on your phone? Do they actually does that go into the ether of all GIFs? We set the autocorrect monster loose on the universe there that way, Velfra. I don't know if that's fair. Actually, Cap, I think she did make a GIF way, way back in the day. I'm going to have to see if GPT can tell me how to make one of those. So instead of Mayan hieroglyphs, it's going to be Wapelian hieroglyphs. Is that we're only going to talk in hieroglyphs? It's going to be, what was that Star Trek thing? Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. So we'll just communicate with gifs only. That way the autocorrect monster won't. Yeah, he won't be able to strike if we communicate only in gifs. Let me do this. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Look at those edges now. Nice little edges. Nice little edgy went to market. This little edgy got lighter. That little edgy got darker. And that little edgy got mid-tone. Are they generally 6 images there? So maybe 6 to 10 images, and they kind of piece them together in a herky-jerky animation. I think that's how it works, right? I guess, we might need to make some new emoticons based on all of our Cyberthuria stuff and our, now our Compass Rose stuff. Just occurred to me there, Valfira. Might need to do that. Now, again, this is not our lightest light here. This is pretty light, but we could still actually go. We could go lighter than that. Speaking of lighter than that, let me do one more little hit here. And then I want to get the really light stuff on these things here. So we basically have our fast matte white sitting over here. Let me try this. We'll break you down a little more. On our canopies here. Something a little lighter on that. Here. Also on these guys. Yeah, there. Now, now. These things. I guess the other nice thing about the modular ships is that, well, there are times where a ship kind of has a different loadout, even in today's ships. It could be an, OHP class frigate, but it might have a different package on it. One might be more, again, for missile interception. Another one might be more for interdiction. Another one might be more for protecting stuff against small boats or whatever. So different packages. And again, that's the advantage of the modular stuff. What I might do for things like the Alchibans, the Siri, where the ships themselves might be a little bit less modular, I might go in and just say take away some of the weapons that are on the underslung parts of the wing or whatever. Just take those away. Leave the overall hull shape in place. And then that is something that could be added again in, well, another thing could be added in blend. Ooh, I almost forgot. Since I have this white here, let me use it a little more thinner. I just realized that we could do. Ooh, there we go. Look at that. There's a bright engine glow. That's bright. Yes, indeed. Let me hit the other ships with this before I forget. Back to my white again. Bingo. So that right there, that's going to be juicy light. That is very juicy. Got some there, okay. And that was not meant to go there. Took all the time to put that light there, and then, or the dark, and all of a sudden, like, bam! That went way too light there. We'll get rid of that. Okay, to the carrier we go before. Whoops, wait a minute. I mean, there's not many. There's just a couple of these hits here. A few of our really light lights on here. Okay, to the carrier we go. Here's my light. No, come on. There we are. And there's the sun. Now we gotta get our that light going there. Again, some of our interior lighting. Alright. Light on all of this stuff, and then panel lines. I know people have been waiting. They say, "Holy smokes! It's 5 hours in and nary a single Well, actually, technically, we have done panel line. I'm gonna dispute that claim. I'm gonna say there's panel lines. I dispute the no panel lines claim. Not so much on this one, but some of our smaller ships did indeed get some panel lines. That might be. Yeah, let me go back to this. I was gonna say that might be a little too light just yet for. Yeah, that would have been too late to go to that. For some of these edges, definitely. And break that down. Nope, not enough. Guess not enough thinner on there, maybe. One of the things that I've noticed about some of the the Battlefleet Gothic ships is that even on the more mechanical type ships, the shapes are pretty. It's almost like the World War II ships, where is that a mooring cleat? Is that a footboat? What is that supposed to be? Can't tell. It's just a bump on the ship there. Actually, I remember as I was sizing these, I thought I was making them way too big, and then I put the Battlefleet Gothic ships next to them. I'm like, all of a sudden, these are almost looking small by comparison. And I went, well, okay, maybe I can print these guys bigger. Ah, here we are. So yeah, we'll do this. We're gonna get our kind of our final lights with stuff like the blue and our warm gray. Then we'll start to think about some panel lines, because this is really gonna change once we do that. It's hard to overestimate just how much this hull is gonna change with the panel lines. It should make it look that much bigger. It's another one of those little sneaky tricks. Your mind eye says, nah, a panel on a ship is probably about this size. And then you extrapolate, you say, well, okay, based on how big I see the panel lines on that ship, geez, it's got to be at least this big. Now, I guess we're not going to have Aztecing on these ships, though. Now, that would be something that we would probably see on the Ballisteri ships. Possibly on your Moskin ships as well. You might see some Aztecing there. Now we're with no that. Now with the later blue, not on that, so I gotta keep that for just for here. Did we get? No, we didn't get this edge. Did not get that edge. Okay. Is nice. Yeah, there's quite the. I can just feel that I'm taking away a bunch of that paint there. I'm not even going to try and paint any of that stuff on there. We'll just wait till after these guys are dried to do any sort of touch-up things on that edge there. That's kind of pointless to do that now. Ooh, a little later here. these edges. Square that baby off. Same over here. What is happening with this? We kind of lost our shape over there too. Yeah, let me reorient this. Okay, back to this lighter blue. Nope, more thinner. A little more there. Yeah, there we are. Some of our lighter blue there. Some of our lighter blue over here. And here, let me go back to our basically. Yeah, let's try our yellow once again. That is the not the yellow. That's the I almost said naphtha yellow. No, that's the Naples yellow. Where are we at with this? Here we are. Work out some stuff in here too. I almost forgot those. Now we work out some stuff in here. Now get this, for whatever reason, I tend to sacrifice the starboard side for using that for where the supports are gonna go. I mean, they're gonna hit something on these ships. That's just kind of how it is. Supports are supports. Just gotta do those. Get those up there, and oh yeah, this two. Yeah, it's pretty now. Again, these ships are mostly going to be, to scale to each other. Once you get into the little battlecraft and stuff, those are not going to be to scale, because that Triton class thing, which it would be smaller than one of these. That's how small in relation. If you're thinking, okay, how big would that Triton class be to this carrier? It would basically be coming out of these guys here, I think. Because again, it's not as large as that Skyclaw dropship there. Oh, that Skyclaw ship is 2-3 times the size. And again, it's not like the ships from different fleets must be exactly scaled to each other. It doesn't really matter, because again, this is what matters: the base size, the base orientation. As far as your game purposes go, that's really all you got to worry about. It's how, if one ship is a little bit bigger than another, just as far as the printing goes, whatever. Because you may decide to print them bigger or smaller. That's why I didn't want to get hung up on that. Because what if somebody wants to print them out a much smaller? That's not necessarily the best thing to do, right? Because when you print stuff smaller, stuff might disappear. Let me try try to work in a couple later things here, and then we've got to get our panel lineage in here too. Down in here, and then maybe that gets a little bit later. Blending, brush, both places. Let's start to do those. Let's get to our panel lines before it's Cinco, right? Cam down. Let's do this. I'm gonna start off with these interior ones. I almost started to do the angular ones, like for her series. But I've gotten awful used to doing those angled panel lines. Panel lines going that way. Panel lines coming out here. Panel lines doing that. And now panel lines doing this. Destroyers doing that. Nope, that panel line come back here. Give ourselves a couple of panel lines into that. Another panel line here. And then instead of that just being one gigantic shape, even this starts to get cut up into more shapes. It's already starting to look larger. It's getting bigger. Panel lineage there. Another panel line over that. Divvy these things up here. Now, at the bow here, I was just about to say, do we do almost like a Battlestar Galactica-esque stripe? Remember we did that on all of our Battlestars? I mean, we did it on that right there. Panel line here. Now, a couple of them will get some angles just because, again, we've got these angles here. That way, and then straight down. Straight down. Let me get another one here. Comes down like this. Break this up. There. Gotta make sure Mr. Paint is super thin here. Busting those up into the smaller shapes. Now, what do we want to do with this? I want to have a panel that comes out like so. Nope, let me change the orientation of that. Okay. And now that we've kind of negotiated some of these angles here, we can start to do stuff that's again back to more of a flat orientation. Not so angled. Down we go. All the way across there. Panels. Panel line maybe coming this way. Another panel line that kind of changes here a bit, goes that way. A little bit above that opening. Then down. Now another panel that will come out this way. Nah, not gonna stick my thumb on that. I'll just take a whole bunch of paint away. Another panel coming all the way down. So see you later, Cam, to feed the angry orcs before they get, the orklings before they get angrier, because that's what's gonna happen. They'll just get angrier. Did we go? Oh, I was up here. Okay. Like, wait a second. That's not how that's supposed to go. A little bit more obvious here what's going to happen with the panel lines. Another break right there. We'll break up our section here. Does that go? Okay, that goes from up here to down there. Yeah, so much more symmetrical for our panel lines here. Couple panel lines there, and now we got to get a few coming across this way. That one is straight down. One across, one that goes up, one that goes down. Panel lines up here. Over here. Get another set that's coming this way. Restore, yeah, these edges all got lost. Let's restore these with our dark here. Same under there. Nope, not over. Not, oops, well, okay. We'll have to do that with our light here. Let me just maybe grab this here brush. And we'll just do that again, because mashed our fingers into that. Not a big deal. There we go. Yeah, it was a little just too much plain old white there. We had to boost that up a little bit. Now more of our panel stuff gonna happen here. At where we've got the another one of the open bay doors there, or launch doors there. But boy, it's wild. We've got now our. It's not just the start of our fleet here. We're pretty far along with this fleet already. 4 ships in now. And again, I think for our 2D Urge, I'll stick with our Terra Force stuff here. We have plenty of worlds that we can paint up. Might just start with Procyon. And once again, if you want to hear, let me get my keyboard. This is the link to the video that really kind of sets the tone for our Terra Force stuff there. That's the go check out that video. And there are more to come. Every one of my civs is all going to have kind of a video there. Well, actually, a couple of videos. Again, that's going to explain the story behind them. Because it's not just like, okay, we just want to have a bunch of cool ships. It's way more than that. There's a whole universe here. But ultimately, of course, we want to do the game and everything else. Well, both games, there's the more strategic overall map, and then of course the your tactical stuff, and hoping to eventually even do like almost an RPG type of a thing. Since again, every culture is very much hashed out down to their entertainment. Okay, yeah, here, let's get that a little darker there too. Yep. Thanks, Recoil. Yeah, I didn't realize that the one, for the people that stayed behind, that video is, wow, it is almost, I think, 35 seconds longer than the original one. The original one, I think, was 4 minutes 13 seconds. I think this one is almost like 4:55 or something. Either 4:45, 4:47, or maybe it might be 4:50 or something. It is definitely longer. Unfortunately, like I was telling you, the limitations, right, per day animations, I would have had that one done already. If a certain platform was still working the way we know it did, yeah, that video would have already been done. Would have had all those animations in hand. Now I'm going to try to get me, yeah, a little more of the lighter stuff on these bits. Like we do here. There we are. That might need some of our later blue also. Let me get lighter magenta here-ish, something like that. Here, let me break that down some more. There we are. Some in here. On this, where we at with this? Where are we at? There we go. Get that later. And now for our interior lights along there. And then there too. Let me see, there's another couple of places I can get these. Over here, and then some there too. Let me get a couple of the lights of that, and then here with those. I'm not gonna try to highlight any. I almost was thinking about highlighting some of the edges on our panel lights. I don't think we're going to do that. Back to the blue. Back to our blue here. The really light blue. Super light blue there. Square this off. Remember, I was saying I need a little touch more of that over here. Let me refresh that brush there. It's a little too thick. Too much stuff. There we are. Nope. Let me try this again. But now that it has been 5.5 hours, and we got ourselves some stuff. I got prints that are done now. Got to get those prints so we can use those for painting videos. Let's also say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing the moderations like always. And of course, thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids, because we had ourselves some raids is there. And now we've got ourselves quite the beginning of our fleet here. Let me just take a quick look see at our other ships just to make sure there's nothing like super glaring here. We got maybe a little something more on here. A couple let's do some darker stuff. So thanks for being here, Rico. Really appreciate that. Um, this is all part of the train stuff, right, Recoil? Yeah, this is train stuff in starship form. Yeah, things that I never really thought were ever going to happen, suddenly now made possible. I did not really think that this was ever going to happen. So I'm super happy. It is like rocket rails. But we need to do that, Rico. I need to make a sticker of a rocket rails. Yes, these are rocket trains. These are not those regular slow moving bullet trains, right, Recoil? These here are rocket trains. Now, just gonna also a little panel lineage here. A little teensy touch of panel lineage. Not too much, right? We do a whole ton of panel lines here. Then our carrier is going to look a whole lot smaller. So not too much with the panel lines here. Just a few here and there. Another, one there, and then one back here. Like that. And maybe, let's hit the cruiser super quick. Let's do this. Super quick on our cruiser here. I think that'll make a big deal here. And again, make this look a little bit larger. Break up some of those. That helps. That was way too thick there. I'm gonna take some of that away. Restore my lighter edge. Now let's try that panel line again. Get rid of some of the excess there. Okay, that's a bit better. Oops, there's another, we not get that line. Break these up. Yeah, I think that's already starting to break this ship down into something that looks more like a bigger ship just by virtue of these panel lines here. Okay, that comes out there and down there, and another one this way. Let's finish off this. Excellente. Nope, not another one there. Let's do a couple up here. So in the 5 hours, 35 minutes. Not one, not two, not three, not, well, four ships. Four ships. And of course, just like the series stuff, it will take less time on future ships since now we've pretty much got our cores determined. So here, let me just at least do this. If I move it this way here, and then we zoom out a bit, I think we should be able to see four ships. There you are. Let's push you a little bit forward. There's all four of them. Again, we have ourselves a nice start on our fleet. So yeah, Camda, I'm gonna head over Mike Moans' way. So appreciate you being here, Camda. Yeah, it's almost cinco cinco. Yeah, and it's also 5:20 in the morning. Here we got to get ourselves some chow. But again, that's not nothing, right? Recoil, that is not nothing. So again, not a bad start to our fleet. Thanks a bunch, Camda. Appreciate it. See you later there, Recoil. See you later, Landrast.